hello. I totally didn't just zone out for more than a minute and then come back to and go, oh crap, wait, you're supposed to go live. Wow, professional streamer. I was like ready before it was 2 o'clock and I was like, well, I can't because the ads are gonna run and I need the ads to run before I go live. And then I sat here and I was like, oh, I'll look at like Twitter or something. I didn't even get that far. I like just like stared into the void. I was just like miscellaneously looking at the art that I have behind my computer and I was like, yep, yeah. Then I was like, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity, and it was 2:02 and I was like, whoops. Squiiji waiting for Squiiji to go live. I know, I was waiting. My Oshin didn't go live. So I had to take matters into my own hands. But hi, yes I will hydrate, yes I will snack. What a way to start, although I did just eat lunch. Wooter. You can tell I drank it because my tracking went away for a second. Do I actually have a snack within range? I don't. I don't actually have a snack. I will at some point do all of my eating of snack and I will retrieve something from kitchen maybe when I take a gas, but I don't actually have a snack nearby. I just ate lunch though, so like you can call that a like retroactive snack or snack past
The bingo card rolled that Canada will join the biggest song contest in the world, Eurovision. Did anybody foresee that? And can I get concrete?
Can you get concrete? No. Did we predict that Canada will join the biggest song contest in the world, Eurovision? I didn't foresee that necessarily, but yes, they did do that. They are a part of, what is it, the broadcasting group now? I think they've got like an agreement with them, which is interesting. So sure, why not? But yeah, interesting. Did not foresee it maybe though. But then again, I am not an expert on Eurovision or anything that is remotely related to that stuff as a American. I watch it a little bit, but like, it's not really all that big of a thing here. But hi! Hello! Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance Fungi. I'm also an educator if we have not yet met. That's the deal with me. Today, VTuber design critiques for insect VTubers. I'm gonna bug you with some design critiques today because we haven't actually done any design critiques for bugs in a while, I think. I think it's been a minute. I think it's been a little while. I think this is our 3rd ever bug themed day. And also, I found out that our calculation about the number of crit streams that we've had was wrong. I think there may be some missing from our official document because there are officially, what, 89 critique streams as of today? And I think we were saying that it was only like 82 or 83 last week. So there's 5 that may not have been counted somehow in our forms that we have. And I don't know which ones they are. Because I did also go through, like I have a playlist on YouTube that has all of them marked down in it. And it all goes in order. There's no duplicates, no skips. It's all there. Although it may just be that there's some categorically that have not been considered. So like the days when I do critiques for fellows who are just like live and present maybe is missing from some of them. Or like there was a day where I did like speed crits for people who had submitted via Twitter and things like that. So these are possibilities. But yeah, we are actually much closer to 100 critique streams than I thought we were. Charity crits counted? Yeah, the charity crits are counted for mine, and I know that the charity crits are in the form that Incinda and some others have been using to keep track of everything. So I'm not sure which streams it is exactly that are missing, and it's a lot to try and keep track of, so I don't blame them for there being some missing also. Oh, I see you guys saying happy birthday. What's up? Whose birth? Who birthday? Where birthday? Oh, Angel Kitty, this is my birthday stream and I actually made it. Yay! Happy birthday, Angel Kitty! Shroomates, do you guys want to sing? Do you guys want to sing, maybe? Perhaps, maybe? Maybe we could sing. Would you count the redesign stream you did for people on Twitter since they're not in the playlist? I didn't count those ones. That one's not in the playlist, so no, it does not. Breaking news, EG has normal glasses now. I've always had these. These aren't new. We just don't use this toggle all that often. We have a toggle called actually that puts my glasses on so I can go,
excuse me, actually, we've always had this toggle on the model, excuse you.
We just don't use it a ton. I usually have my glasses be orange, but yes, my glasses do change colors and they do go onto my face. But yes. Happy birthday. Let's cue everybody in for a little bit of song, a little bit of sing. A wanna, a tua, a skilly-dilly-doo. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Angel Alsu. Happy birthday to you. Congrats on making it around the sun again. Good work. Oh, also, welcome back, Aerith, for 6 whole months. I hope you enjoyed half a year of rotation. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us. Wahoo. But yeah, hi, everybody. Happy Monday as we're all rolling in. I will tell you that I am, like, weirdly sleepy today, and I don't know why. I was also weirdly sleepy all day yesterday. I was working on an art fight attack yesterday at, like, 9 p.m. and dozed off at my computer. Oh, it's kitties, it's your cats. Oh. Well, happy birthday to your cat. Whoopsie. Whoops, we have misunderstood. What can you do? Mine in 2.5 months? Well, consider that an early happy birthday sing, and then you'll get a real happy birthday sing in 2.5 months, maybe. Wait, no me? Haha, not a real cat? What? What are we talking about? No, there's a person named Angel Kitty. Oh, wait, I sang to the wrong person! No! There's 2 angels! I picked the wrong one! Oh, no! Hang on, wait. Try again. Not a real cat. Oh, God, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Hang on, try again. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Angel Kitty. This time for realsies. Happy birthday to you. See, there we go. I got it right this time. I know what I'm doing. I totally know what I'm doing. And Daniel, welcome back for 5 months. I hope you've enjoyed your rotation. And yes, I did have a brain fart moment. I did fail to read. Again. I've done it this time, though. I got it right. You have to believe me. You gotta trust they'll eventually figure it out. But yeah. Maybe the heat was making me tired, but it's not as hot here in the last, like, day or two as it had been before. And, like, my AC's working great, so I don't know. I'm just sleepy. I'm just a little out of it, hence me zoning out instead of starting stream for some unknown reason. Who knows? But anyways, this week, things that are on our schedule. Well, first of all, thing that I'm very excited about, my new outfit. It's almost done. It's so almost done. I showed pretty much the entire finished model to the Patreon members. Actually, it is, I guess, pretty much the entire finished model, except for some fun shader tricks that I have yet to do. It is pretty much done. I did the first part of the Unity setup work today, so I have a VRM format of the model ready. And then I imagine tomorrow, between consultations, I will be doing the shader setup and the physics. Otherwise, it's done. I finished. It's done. And I am on schedule, which I'm so happy about. So now I get to make all my promo stuff that'll be posted probably end of this week, beginning of next week. Because the debut, I believe, is supposed to be... Let me check my calendar so I can have the day correct. I believe debut day for it was originally going to be the 20th, but I think I'm going for the 22nd now because I don't want to skip doing our usual critiques, and I have a particular plan for what we're going to do on the debut day for it. So we're going to do it the 22nd, which is not next Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. So just be ready. Get ready. You don't want to miss it. It's so cool. I'm so happy with it. The hair is so good. I love the hair so much. There's a new bald toggle, which I know you guys will be very excited to see. There's some Easter eggs in it. There's some callbacks to previous Squiijis. It's cool. Oh yeah, and half my hair has been eaten. I did show that on Twitter. I have spoiled just some little bits of the model and little bits of the design just to whet your appetite, perhaps, just as a little appetizer. And the appetizer was my hair, which got eaten. You'll see. You'll understand. It's cool. It's cute. I'm excited for you to see it. So that's coming up. Housekeeping. This week is the final week if you would like to apply to be a Shroom State mod. I had somebody agree and then back out after agreeing, so I am hopefully looking to fill that position, which is totally okay. It is a-okay to have agreed and backed out. Don't think it wasn't. But as a result, I was gonna close it, and then I'm unclosing it. It is no longer closed. Thank you for the bits, Apple. I appreciate it. But let me grab that link in case anyone would like to apply. If anyone would like to apply. There we go. This is the final week to do it, and probably end of this week-ish, I will be bringing on our new YouTube mods. So if you would like to help us keep the Shroom State safe, you are welcome to come join the Shroom State mod team. Things are usually pretty quiet and chill. Not a lot of work to do. It's just Wednesdays can be kind of busy sometimes, so it's good to have some bonus sets of eyes on the YouTube chat, you know? Yeah. What's Uku Paint? Uku Paint is a plugin for Blender that sort of revamps the texture painting workflow in Blender, because Blender has just totally neglected texture painting, just that entire area of the app, forever. It's not great, unfortunately. And so Uku Paint adds a bunch of really nice brushes, it adds the ability to have layers, it adds clipping masks for your textures, you can merge things, it allows you to paint directly into normal maps, I believe, also. It's cool. I've been enjoying it a lot. I used it a ton on the new model, and I think it made my texture process so much faster. The only problem I'm having still is that there's some weird anti-aliasing thing going on with it that I do have to clean up in Clip Studio Paint after. But, you know, if I make my line art with vectors in Clip Studio Paint and then just export the line art in, I can just essentially play color by numbers and just fill out the rest of everything else, and it's quite nice. It is pretty good. How bad was the texturing before? Well, I would have to go into Blender, redline where all the outlines should be, export that image out, open it in Clip Studio Paint, do the vector lines for it, export that, put it back in Blender, check and see if everything lined up. If it didn't, do some corrections just to make sure, then bounce it back to Clip Studio Paint to fix it, and then back in. And then I would have to usually do some drawing live on the model to be like, okay, here's where I need the edges of my shadows to be for shadow level 1 and shadow level 2, and place any of my details that need to be placed so I can make sure I'm following the reference properly in 3D, which takes a while. And then I would have to go back into Clip Studio Paint to fill in all those areas, use layers, use clipping masks so I can have gradients and blending and anything else. But that whole like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth thing takes so long, so unbearably long, that this was so nice. It was so nice and useful. So I cannot recommend it more highly. And it is the reason why I finally got with the program and updated. I was running, I think, Blender 3.4, and I updated to 4.5, which big for me. I hate updating Blender. I hate updating any program I use ever. I despise doing it. I hate it because it moves things around, it changes what I know things to be. I had to get used to the fact that when I'm weight painting, I now have to use Alt-click to select bones, and it kept screwing me up. But it is worth it in the end. I am so sure. Yeah. Anyways, how long is the actually toggle on for? It's here until somebody wants me to get rid of it. That's how it works. It just is here until it isn't any longer. It's here until someone does not want me to be looking rather studious anymore. Yeah. This low-key might get me back into 3D because I gave up due to my hate of texturing. I'll tell you, it's nice. It's pretty good. But there's other ways that you could texture also now too that make it less painful. Like, you can literally export your whole model and then import the model itself into Procreate and texture in Procreate, which is what Billy does for his models. There's a lot of other options now that there didn't used to be for texturing. I have Substance Painter. I don't like Substance Painter, but like that's one if you are a student who has a Adobe account through school. That is an option. It's not my favorite, but you can use it. There's a lot of options. Yeah. Yes. I have a question. Sure. What's your question? What is your question? Getting my hair dyed on the 22nd? Well, congrats. I might dye my hair somewhat soon also. Had no idea you can texture and Procreate. You can. Billy does it significantly. Billy does it a lot. That's the only way Billy does texturing, pretty much. Which I'm kind of envious of. I wish I could just draw directly on the model in Clip Studio Paint because that would be lovely and amazing. And I know you can kind of do that with the more recent versions, but it's like not great. And it's missing some information. Can you put a Blue Sky account username if you don't have a Twitter? Oh, in my critique form? Yes, absolutely. I just need some way to tag you, some way to credit you when your model appears in a video. Or appears in one of the streams. Yeah, that way I can also make sure you're still around when we get to you because the queue is kind of long. We try to not critique designs for fellows who don't exist any longer, or fellows who have completely and totally rebranded and have changed everything about themselves, usually. But yeah. So, any other housekeeping I have to do this week? Let me look in the Discord just to see if there was anything else I needed to say, but that might actually be most of it. Yeah, mods. Oh, extra credit! Extra credit! If you would like to participate in extra credit, you can find the information about it here. Extra credit is our sort of like monthly community activity that we participate in, which is usually artistic in nature. This month, we are doing Art Fight, and we are fighting each other. My intent with this is that you don't fight me. I have to give that as like a reminder. I am so honored that so many of you guys have been attacking me, and I love to see all the art. It is so cool. Please do not misunderstand me. But the point is that I want you to attack each other. I want you to attack each other. That's why I did this. I want the Shroomates to attack each other, and I want to have a gallery filled with art of everyone, not just EG, you know? We can have a couple EGs, but yeah. Make EG fan art for Shroom State Christmas in February. That's a better time of year for it, maybe. You're welcome to draw me. I won't stop you. You're welcome to draw my son Gary. I will not stop you. You can draw my OCs. I also will not stop you. But please draw each other. That's what I really want. I really want you all to draw each other. Yeah. Already got an attack in progress. Don't worry. I'm not worried. I'm not even remotely concerned. Do not fear. I am not fearing either. But yeah, so far I've managed to do 1 attack a day for Art Fight, which is crazy. This is a much better... this is a much better attack rating than I've ever had before. I've done 5 attacks already, which is more than half the total number of attacks I usually do every year. And I think it's because I've just picked something that's kind of manageable to do. And I'm gonna do another attack today, probably. You linked the wrong person on YouTube. It should be German VT, not that random guy. What? Is it wrong again? I don't know what's going on. I specifically made sure that I just copied and pasted out of the form what it was. What? Well, I'll fix it. Thank you, Rex. I'm so perplexed. My copy pastes have been failing me for crediting, but there we go. It's correct in the image for sure. Maybe it's wrong in the form. Oh, that's always possible. It could be that. That could be what it was, maybe. Don't know. But yeah. So, Art Fight! Attack each other! I'm attacking people. I'm attacking some people that I had personally saved that I wanted to attack, and also some like belated revenges from last year. I might do some revenges for this year. We'll see. I did already manage to do one of them. We'll see what I get to. It's just gonna be a random assortment of designs that I think are cool and fun, and me wanting to draw things for people as a way of saying thank you, who drew things of me before, you know? But yeah. Yeah. So you did an attack of my favorite character designers on Twitter. Really? Was that, hang on. That would have been, who was that I attacked? Was it, Gardenia? Was it Ariel? Perhaps? Gardenia? Yeah! I've been following them for a while, and I saw that they were doing Art Fight, and I was like, wait, what if I attacked? Yes, they do make some very good, fun art. I think they have a couple Gyaru-style characters that I was a big fan of once upon a time, which is cool and fun. But yeah, so there's a mix. I did a revenge on Taz the Menace, who made a whole Minecraft skin for me for Art Fight, which I was like, that's insane. And again, I've also been following Taz for quite a long time anyway, too, and I was like, you know what? I'm drawing Taz, too. get revenged. But yeah, it's been fun so far. I've been enjoying Art Fight. I always enjoy it. However, next week, I'm gonna be crying a little bit because this always happens. I always manage to go on vacation during July, and then I don't get to do any attacks for like a whole week. So next week, I will be gone. I'm leaving Friday night after stream, and I will not be back until the following Sunday. So I'll be gone from, what days is that? That's like I should open my calendar again. That is the night of the 10th after stream all the way through until the 19th. I'll be back on the 20th for our usual critiques. And then 2 days later will be my new debut. Going on a break next week? Yep, I have 2 vacations this year, which is crazy. I love vacation, but at the same time, I love consistency. I'm getting on a plane for this vacation, which I'm also feeling a little bit, how might I say, worried about. I'm like not that afraid of planes, but, or at least I didn't used to be. I think, what was it, like a year ago when there were all those flights that were having problems and stuff? I don't think I ever psychologically recovered from hearing about that. So, wish me luck! I will hopefully return to you in one piece. Never been on a plane, is it bad? No, I don't think the actual experience of being on a plane is bad. I think it's fine. I've been on a plane several times in my life. It's not my favorite thing, but it's okay. It's not an issue. Same, I used to fly all the time and things have changed. Yeah, it just doesn't feel the same as it used to. Yeah. I don't want to scare people about flying. The actual act of flying is not scary. It is not scary. I think you reach a point when you're so high above the ground that your brain stops having the ability to rationalize how high above the ground you are. So even for somebody who has a fear of heights like me, it ends up being kind of okay and not too bad. But yeah, it's just a little scary because there's been, yeah, like delays and like weird stuff in the US of A with our planes at least. It's a whole thing. Actual flight isn't so bad. Hate being close to people for hours. Me too. Me too. The first time I ever got on a plane, I got whooping cough as a result of it. I caught it from people on the plane. I'm vaccinated. I just have bad luck. But yeah, so that I think tainted my general plane experience a little bit also. Most annoying part is getting on/off. Honestly, the getting on part is the worst part. The arrival part is the worst part. The part where I have to wake up super early, drive real far, we've got to figure out something to do with our car, get into a shuttle, and then arrive hopefully on time, go through TSA, and then do all of that. That is the most stressful part. Everything after that is kind of smooth sailing, if I'm being so honest with you. My watch streak is saved by coincidental vacations lining up. Hell yeah, there we go. I might accidentally run into Corey on vacation. Who knows? Maybe we're going to the same place. No one will ever know. TSA part is stressful. Waiting for flight in lounge is great. Lounge? I don't know if I would say that much. That's still, again, like 8 billion people and everyone's in a bad mood and there's children crying. I don't know if I would say that part's great. Still. At all. But anyways, yes, I will not be here next week. And that is all of my housekeeping, actually. That was all of it. That's all. That's all, folks. That was pretty quick and efficient. I'll take it. Not too bad. Not too long. But yeah, Art Fight, wahoo. EG go on vacation next week, wahoo. Week after EG gets back from vacation, summer EG, wahoo. Yeah, that's it. So, good, efficient housekeeping. Now, we should maybe do critiques. Maybe. Perhaps. And I want to be efficient about the critiques because I need to get through all 6 of them because there are only 6 of them. So if there is a straggler after the end of today, I do not want them to have to wait forever and ever and ever for the design to be critiqued. I'd probably have to just stick them in one of the random crit streams, but when there's something that's so directly a part of a theme, I hate doing that. I hate doing that. But yeah, we're gonna look at some bug fellas. I had to edit my bug folder because apparently like a third of the designs that I thought were bugs were in fact not bugs and were instead fairies. Fairies is not bugs. if you were aware of that. So I had to remove them. They now have their own folder. So there's 5 fairies. So as soon as I get one more fairy, we can have a fairy-themed critique also. Did you get the bug folder bugged? Yeah, a little bit. Fish int. I thought we were doing insects. Fishes is not bugs. Shrimps may be bugs, but fishes is not bugs. No. Fishes is not bugs. Let me teleport us. Let's go into the drawing room. Wahoo! How is shrimps a bug? Have you never heard that before? I'm just quoting something. I know they're not bugs. There's a meme that says shrimps is bugs. I know shrimps are not actually bugs. I'm just being silly. Not to provide you with aquatic misinformation. Lobster is sea bugs. Crab is kind of sea bugs, but like not really, because they technically have 10 leg and not 8 or maybe even 6 leg. I've never even seen shrimps as bugs. Google shrimps is bugs. There's like a bunch of stickers that are designed around it. There's some shirts they have. It's just a silly saying that is just out there. But what do we have here, Shroommates? What do we have here? Well, this, of course, is Rubric-chan. This is Rubric-chan. I believe you guys have met before. This is a Rubric-chan designed by Bonnie, and I believe this is the second Rubric-chan that Bonnie had designed for us for Rubric-chan 2.0. There was one that was like a recolor of Bonnie's 1.0 Rubric-chan, and then there's this one, which is a wholly separate fella who is honestly so cool and so stylish. I would love to have this fella as a teacher. This is the exact kind of teacher that I think would be probably very strict, but also at the same time very chill in some ways, if that makes sense. Oh, we're flickering. Why are you doing that? Hang on. Get rid of my arms. Banish them into the void. Let's try that again. What are you doing? Arms, please. Please don't have problems. Please do not do flickering. It is annoying and it hurts my eyeballs. Let's see. Is it okay now? Yeah, rotate those cubes. Yeah, rotate those rubrics cubes. But yes, this is Rubric-chan, which is the Kajinka or personification of our rubric. We use this rubric so that we may be as unbiased and objective as possible when we are providing critiques to VTubers for their designs. So, for a VTuber's design to receive full points, they should be able to get 2 points in each of 5 categories for a grand total of 10 out of 10 points. To get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, the contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for your color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, if I think the hues and values need to be completely revisited. Is this Rubric-chan or Kun? This is so gender. That's fair. That is a good question. I didn't ask for pronouns when people submitted their Rubric-chans, so it could actually go either way. And I'm so sorry, Rubric-chan or Rubric-kun, Rubric-sensei, for misgendering you, if that is in fact what is occurring here. To get full points for silhouette, the VTuber's silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. If the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or exhibits ladder design, no points. To get full points for complexity versus clarity, the level of detail should be appropriate to the medium of choice, that being live 2D versus 3D versus PNG tubing versus chivis and things like that. The details that are included should be specific and support the concept and focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. You will get no points if your design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. To get full points for focal point, the primary focal point should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at the face first and foremost, and then can visually explore the rest of the design, because the eyes are the window to the soul, and the face is how they're going to come to form any amount of attachment to you or understanding of you as a VTuber. That's also where the most of the movement's probably hopefully happening. You will get no points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, to get full points for concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects like your personality traits, your hobbies, your interests, your visual motifs, your fashion style, cultural references, occupation, species, things like that should be able to be identified visually without having to tell someone those things, or at least having to tell them all of them. You will get no points for concept and motifs if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. I can also award bonus points to designs if they are compelling, unique, or otherwise well executed, have a unique, exciting art style, and / or if I just like it and I put it on the fridge. Bonus points. But yeah. Gender, barely know her. I've never heard that one before. That's good. I like that. Hi, Gary. What's
Was
up?
a bug, little bug, hardly there how he felt, what he dreamed, who would care. Without any evidence his flaws were many, he was full of confidence. Some people haven't any, didn't have much common sense, it's highly overrated. He just knew that he'd come through. It's the time of your life. So Live it well, it's the time of your life. So live it well, we may only go round just one time.
What do you mean, so L? Gary was like, I see that word that you presented here before me. I will not read it. No, will not. L. Gary is, Dr. Phil handing you an L right now. He said L. Is this a reference? I imagine it is. It's a song, probably, because Rex usually is having Gary sing, but I don't know this one. I'm unfamiliar with the song. What is it? I'm curious. Oh, it's a Bug's Life song? Oh my gosh, I haven't seen A Bug's Life since I was probably in like middle school. So pardon me, I don't think my memory of it is all that great, but good to know. I'll have to listen to the Bug's Life soundtrack now. That'll be part of my homework this week. And your homework, Shroommates. Bet you weren't expecting that. You now have listening homework. Because we're doing bug-themed things. But anyways, we have, I think, 2 more things to do before I start? 3 more. I lied. The first thing that I have to do is to tell you that we are playing bingo. Because how could we ever possibly forget about bingo? Bingo's very important.
Gender is a hoax invented by toilet companies to sell more bathrooms. Break the norm. Take a wee in the sink.
Honestly, that is one of my top 10 sentences ever. Gender's a hoax invented by toilet companies. I was gonna say gender's a hoax invented by Big Bathroom. I am not a fan of taking a wee in the sink. I don't think that's a good move, and I think for the shorter among us, that would not go over quite so well. There are unisex toilets, so I don't think Big Toilet is winning. I think it's Big Bathroom. I think Big Bathroom is the problem. Right here. Bingo for YouTube also. If you guys want to play bingo with me, you are welcome to do so. We play character design bingo just for funsies, so that we can just see what common things are occurring in VTubing designs. And it's silly and lighthearted and just an activity to do while you're listening if you want to. We also need to gamba also. Hi, Gary.
In wilds beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch, you taught, you changed.
What?
Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug, and beast as they had never dreamed.
Is this more of A Bug's Life songs? Is this more A Bug's Life? Gary, are you a bug? Is this trying to tell, is this you telling me about your life? Or is this something else? I know that one? I don't know that one. Hollow Life mention? What is this? What are these ones? Oh, Hollow Knight. Oh, okay, I see. I was watching a Hollow Knight playthrough earlier before stream while I was working on my summer model. It seems like a good game, but it's a game I can't play. I think Gary has worms. No wonder he's so hungry all the time. Gary, I gotta get you some horse dewormer. Don't worry, we'll get you cleared out. We'll clean you up. It'll be okay. I'll have to take you to the vet. I don't think a human doctor would know what to do with you, but I think a vet could figure it out for the most part. Although you're not an animal either. I guess if a mushroom has worms, that's not quite the same as like your dog or cat having worms, huh? Because in this case, they're like probably actually eating your flesh? We'll see something. Get him a horse treat after the horse medicine? Yeah, I'll get him like a bucket of horse vitamins or something too. The botanist. Yeah, I'll have to take him to like a botanist or something. Do you have a friendly neighborhood botanist to recommend me? Someone I can take my son to for his vaccinations and his annual checkup, and to have his eyesight checked and to get a little dewormer, maybe. Yeah. I'll keep an eye out for any recommendations for local botanists. There's a botanist VTuber I follow. That'd be a terrible first introduction of, hi sir,
The
I know
only
you're a
cure,
botanist.
it is
Oh?
concrete.
I don't think concrete's a good cure, but can you imagine my first interaction with a botanist VTuber being, hi, my son has worms. Can you do something about it? What should I do? Please help. I feel like that's how most people interact with the doctor VTubers that are out there, like Sykin, and there's a couple other ones too, where it's like, yeah, let me just tag this man I've never spoken to before with my medical issue to see what he has to say. Thumbs up. Not recommended. Let those fellas sleep, please. I'm begging you. Isn't your mom a mycologist? No, Shroom Mom is a marine, well, not even marine technically. Shroom Mom is a microbiologist, but kind of marine microbiologist. But marine microbiologist in the sense of not doing ocean, but instead doing like wetlands. So like, I don't think Gary is within her expertise. And yeah, like mycology is more so what would help Gary, because we're not even something that botanists or biologists maybe inherently study all that closely either. We'll see. They'll say go to a doctor. I know, they should, because giving medical advice online is not like a great idea usually. But anyways, I'm getting off topic here. Okay, we got bingo. Next, I'm gonna take roll. Who's here for class today? I'm accidentally stalling, which is definitely on purpose. So that way people who are still rolling in for class can check in if they want to. Bread rolls. No. Roll. The thing where when you show up to class, you say hi or here or hello or something like that if you're on YouTube. Or if you're on Twitch, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem known as hi or here to say hello. You can greet us. Hi. Let me see who is here today, and I will say hello to everybody who redeemed. Let's see. So I see Sanizum, Friendly Guy, Corey, Atya, and Maggie, Mad Buns, Ule Mini, Star Trail Society, Angel Kitty, Chocorama, Starless Mage, Nilo, Luanson, Apple Pencily, Whooshi, Undead Diver, Chili, Ran Daniel, Mad Buns, Lamia, Seasonal Sade, Aerith, Cotton Candy Floss, Melly, Rex, Bugs, who is topically involved today, maybe in some capacity, Zerato, or at least topically by name, Jazzy Cat, Verona, Diadasi, Remnant Mine, Mikara, also, Omiyomi, Mili Echo. Hi! Thank you for being here today. YouTube Shroomates, I see Lucky Moone. I know there's maybe a couple other fellows who are hanging out there too, but lurkers, don't worry. As always, I appreciate you being here. No need to check in. I got you marked down already. And VOD watchers, hi! Hello! I see you. Thanks for watching. Thank you for maybe even liking the video if you enjoyed it, maybe even, yeah. Moon is pronounced moon, by the way. Oh, I see. I was pronouncing it like Ramune. I thought your name was like a play on words of Ramune, like the soda. Lucky Moon. I'll try and commit that to the memory banks. But yay! Okay, let's see. Oh, finally! Gamba! Will EG succeed in getting through 6 designs today is what I would like to Gamba over. Will I succeed or will I fail? Will I disappoint myself and everyone or not? Will EG get through 6 critiques in or by 6 p.m. EST? Oh, did I run out of letters? Oh no. Okay, I have one more letter. Perfect. Question mark. That's my final letter. I optimized that exquisitely. Yeehaw. That's not how you spell that. Yeehaw. Yee-naw. That might be a little confusing, but I would rather be silly. It's not that serious if we yeehaw and yee-naw. Yeehaw? What? Ye know? What? There we go. And make sure it's not only going to be for like 30 seconds or something. Yep, there we go. I hate that 30 seconds is the default amount of time they give you. Totally unhelpful, because if I forget to choose it, I have to like change it later. There we go. Bam. Get your predictions in now if you would like. It's French. Ah, the French have arrived for Squiiji stream. Hope I just don't disappoint you. I have a number of vowels that I feel like may be enjoyable to French speakers. And maybe only enjoyable to French speakers in my name. I think the number of vowels in Squiiji is usually off-putting to most people. There we go. Okay, so we did the rubric. We did all the things I needed to do. Does that mean that I'm good? I think that means I'm good, right? Yeah, I think so. Wow, kind of efficient, EG. Not too bad. So here we go. Let's get started. Let's get it started in here. I don't like that song, actually. It says bad words in the original version, unfortunately. I got a reminder of that song existing because I saw all the ringtones my family has from when we were in middle school. And it was like, Crazy Train for Fungi Father. It was Concerning Hobbits for me. My sister's was a Chris Daughtry song, which is like weirdly out of character for her. And my mom's was the Black Eyed Peas, Get It Started. Oh man. But yeah, let's get started. So this is Gremlin, who uses he, him pronouns, can be found at Gremlin VT. Oh, you know what? I must have copied and pasted it out of the form because this fella gave a blue sky on here and it's the correct one. Whoops. And the details for us are, I'm a bartender / tavern innkeeper. I like alcohol. Well, you neglected to mention maybe one of the most important parts about your design, which is that you're a centipede, but I think we can identify that visually pretty effectively. And this fella is also designed by a shroomate. Ari is somebody who we critiqued a design for during the Crits for Charity. Ari was the fellow who is a crab octopus creature that turned into a human and had like an aquatic E form with like long hair and like a big octopus tail, and had a non-aquatic like pirate form. Do you remember? Which is cool. I love seeing repeat artists showing up, which is fun. He has a more detailed bio in his chibi design, if that would be helpful. This fella? In this image, or just like in general somewhere else? I mean, I feel like this is enough information for us to have a clear direction here for the critiques, but I mean, more information is never bad. More information, it doesn't hurt. Do our little shoulder seal. I know, the seal and it being like a centipede seal is such an interesting idea. Those are not two animals I think I would have inherently decided to combine, but it is definitely unique for having combined those two things, you know? Oh, we've been raided. Hi. Oh, hiccup. I like was trying to get the words out and I immediately hiccuped, but hi. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Welcome in. How was your stream? Hey, Shroommates, could you rotate for the raiders, please? I see you doing it already, but like, keep going, maybe, if you'd be so kind. Oh, Mods, thank you for getting the shout out. Also, let's see, what were you up to? What were you doing? Perhaps you were playing Sky Children of Light. How was that? I hope it was fun. But hello. Hi, Fifi, and Memory Rose, and that Prophecy Potato. Welcome in, fellas. I hope you had a good time with it. We are doing Vtuber design critiques today. We are critiquing fellas who are bugs or insects. So we're looking at Gremlin right now. We've just started. This is a centipede bartender / tavern innkeeper. And we're going to provide some critiques to the design to help make it more effective, mayhaps. I seen your YouTube videos. Well, hi. I hope you liked them. I hope you found them enjoyable. Very lovely. I've been watching you since your cookie run videos. I'm glad I was finally able to raid. Oh my gosh, that was a while ago. Well, thank you for hanging out and watching, and also thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm glad you had a good time. If you and your fellows need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out and participate in the critiques, we would love to have you here, but please prioritize looking after yourself first and foremost. I think we had just started. We had just mentioned the concept. We were saying that the little seal creature that is kind of a seal centipede is very unique and interesting also. Sadly ended stream to eat. Oh, I see. An EST. Gotta go. Take care of my stream children for me. Will do. Enjoy your food. Seal to peed. What a name. That is interesting as a concept. So maybe. I wonder if this particular type of centipede is one that is like semi-aquatic. Not an egg-laying mammal of action, but maybe a semi-aquatic centipede of some kind? One that can be in the water safely? Kind of looks like a silverfish in a way. A little bit maybe, but I feel like silverfish don't have quite so many legs. Like this is very clearly centipede. I love the non-human angle of some VTuber designs, specifically because it gives them such unique silhouettes. So that's actually where I'm going to start here, is with talking about this fella's silhouette. Might not be easy to get a selection here. Select this, and select this, and select that, and then I have to grab all of these inside edges here. I usually say that the harder you make me work to get a selection of your model for silhouette test, the better. Because that usually means that you have a lot of elements playing with positive and negative space. And man, this one does make me work. I gotta select a lot of things here. Wait, so there's one in there and there's one here. I'm just gonna grab all of this also. There we go. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Get that and that. Okay. There we go. So now I can go to a new layer and fill this. There we go. Nope. Invert. Now fill. There we go. Perfect. So I would say this is probably a pretty distinctly recognizable silhouette. Ah, I missed one area. It's going to drive everyone crazy, so I'm going to leave it on purpose so that everyone has something to say. E.g., how could you? E.g., how dare you? But I think this is a pretty distinct silhouette. I can't say I've ever seen another centipede VTuber at all, let alone centipede VTuber who has 4 arms, big antennas, and nice fluffy, slightly asymmetrical hair. I think we could make the hair a little bit less symmetrical too, but generally pretty recognizable. My main critique here would be, though, that it is completely symmetrical outside of, like, maybe just the ahoge and this one earring. And one of the easiest things we can do to make something just naturally asymmetrical is just modifying the hair slightly so that it's not perfectly aligned left to right. So, like, what if this lock was down here instead? And it wasn't so high up. Or maybe you have, like, one little bit of hair that's flying away a little higher up instead of so low, or maybe just both. But any amount of variety that you add, like this, will help to make sure designs don't feel too stiff. And then similarly behind the neck here too, you could have, you know, maybe this is a little bit smaller, or like this lock is a little bigger here, and then maybe on this side, whoops, that's skin. This lock is a little bit bigger down here too. And that just feels a little more natural. Centipedes in real life scare me. You know what? Fair and understandable. I can understand why bugs can be off-putting to some people. Bugs aren't very scary to me. I like all bugs, including the ones people think are creepy looking. I don't like bugs if they're on me when I don't know they're on me, but that's more so because it's putting both of us in danger. I might accidentally crush you, or I might scare you and you might bite me. Otherwise, they don't tend to bug me. Other than yellow jackets, because I'm allergic. Yeah. Design is an interesting take on the usual Naga-style body. That's what I was thinking too, that I have seen some Naga-style VTubers who have the, like, serpent-like tail or snake-like tail, but being somebody who has the top half of a human body and a lower half centipede body or lower half insect body is something I haven't seen all that much of, I feel like. But just you wait, I think we're gonna see 2 more of them today, potentially. At least, bare minimum 2 more, probably. They're out there. And they're in here also. But subtle asymmetry in the hair. Cannot understate how effective that can be to just provide a little bit of asymmetry. Provide a little bit of looseness and freedom and naturalism to the silhouette. Similarly, you are a bartender / tavern innkeeper. The read that I get on your personality right now is that you are somebody who is very prim and proper and maybe professional, because your clothing is being worn so perfectly, you look very clean, and the symmetry does tend to lean into that also. If that is what you are aiming for as far as the personality read, you may be on the right track. However, the hair is like pretty spiky and maybe even a little messy for that. So I'm wondering if that may not be the direct intent. Maybe that is something that is just occurring from the fashion right now. Because if that's the case, your antenna don't need to be posed perfectly symmetrically. You could have one that's like leaning further to one side or the other. Maybe this part is like sitting at more of an angle than the other. This is considered clean hair in anime. I don't know if I would agree with that. I feel like there's some characters that I would say have clean hair in anime that don't have hair that looks like this. Maybe it's a trope where the hair doesn't want to cooperate. That could be it also too, maybe. Spiky hair is like Axel, but Axel's hair is really long. That's just a different hairstyle entirely. Potentially. Guessed a student or a bookkeeper or something. My guess for this fella, as far as concept goes, or employment, occupation goes, was a waiter. Because I feel like I don't tend to see the particular combo of vest, tie, and white button-up shirt without other embellishment in positions other than waiters. I feel like red specifically too for a tie color is very waiter-esque to me. They say their Vtuber runs a small bar and likes to drink whiskey on their profile thing. So I can see that we're sort of in the right direction for that, but I feel like we need maybe an accessory or something to tell us that this fella is a barkeeper. And this is a suggestion I've made before that I feel like is almost a cop-out, but it does work pretty effectively for telling us that someone is a barkeeper. And it is adding some sort of like dishwashing or like bar cleaning cloth to the hip or to some other part of the design, because part of being a barkeeper is some of like the technical, like, oh, we have to keep up with the day-to-day of cleaning the bar off. And when you're that busy, when you're the only fellow who works there, which is the case in a lot of bars, it can be kind of hard to find a minute to do something like that, to clean up, if you don't have the cleaning elements attached to you. And then that's an asymmetrical element. I guess I'm kind of pretending that you might be wearing a belt under this. I guess a belt wouldn't necessarily serve much of a function for somebody who is legless, or not legless, you actually have a ton of legs, but for somebody who doesn't have pants on. Fun fact, I'm a barista and you need something to clean tables. Fair. So having something on hand for cleaning tables, whether you're a barista or somebody who works at a restaurant, may just be a good model. In the real model, which is a sideways semi-live 2D, they're holding a white cloth in their hand. Oh, perfect. Okay, great. It seems this has already been accounted for. Hell yeah. Belt makes sense to keep the shirt sitting proper. That's fair. Apron instead of belt. Do bartenders wear aprons? I feel like they don't. Or like name tags either. I feel like those are things that would feel more waiter-y or waitress-y. They do? I do. But a barista is not the same thing as a barkeeper. Let me just look at barkeepers or bartenders. I think the other question I would have for this design is, what era are you bartending in? Are you a modern bartender? Are you a historic bartender? Are you a D&D high fantasy bartender? What time period? Because tavern innkeeper, specifically this language choice, is either pointing to the past or it's pointing to like a D&D setting. And I feel like your attire is something that could be timeless, but it seems very professional for what I think of like maybe a tavern having, unless it's a modern tavern, you know what I mean? I've seen bartenders where the owners wear an apron over non-formal clothes. I guess that would also depend on the formality of the bar. When I just do a general search for bartender, it seems like it is going either way. Higher class, fancier bars do not wear aprons. They wear black button-ups. They wear white button-ups with a vest and a tie. Lots of button-ups with vests and ties. And then it seems like the ones that are more casual do go for aprons sometimes too. So I guess that would just be a probing question to give you. How high-end, how fancy is the bar or tavern that you work in? Is it yours? Or do you just work there? If it's yours, you can probably dress however you want because you're the guy in charge, but the status of people who are coming in to attend would likely influence the way you're dressing. You don't want to scare off your clientele if they are fellows who are coming in from fighting monsters and just need a cup of grog or ale or something. But if you are a mixologist who is serving high-class cocktails, then this outfit could also be appropriate. My mistake, they aren't holding a white clothing, their bottom arms are crossed. Oh, okay. Having something that you would use to clean a table might be a good idea. Honestly, adding an apron in general may not be a bad move. That does sort of contextualize you as a food service worker. Not a bad idea. I'm trying to think of what color I would use for it, though, if we suggested an apron, because this brown and this gray are similar value. I don't want to use something white, and at the same time, I don't think I really want to add another color to your palette. So I'm trying to think of what I might do for adding an apron of some kind. I don't want to do the classic e.g. one low part apron that's off to the side. Red/maroon. That may be too focal. Maybe use green like the legs. Some of these things may be a little bit troublesome as far as clarity goes. The other thing is I'm trying to figure out how a fellow like this would wear an apron. Like, it'd probably be like this in some capacity, right? And then I'll cut this outside a little bit more, and then like that's the part that goes around the body. And then maybe the straps we could see like going behind the collar or something. Why can't I draw? Hello? I like screwed up my overlays. Why is it so big? Maybe? Does this count as monster design for bingo, or is he just a guy? I think that would depend on whether or not this fella identifies as being a monster, because I think some people would probably look at this and think that this is kind of monstrous design. But this fella doesn't read as a monster to me. Smaller apron across the waist, hanging from the upper centipede legs? Hanging from their legs? What do you mean? I was trying to avoid the classic move that I tend to do, which is when I go, what if this style? Especially, what if it goes like this? And it's off to one side. Although that would be another way to get some asymmetry in. That's the reason why I usually do it, is because it's just good for asymmetry. I guess it could be under the vest also. I feel like I don't want it to be green either. I think it should hang lower on his bug parts. Like this. And then I could like shape it so that it's got a little bit more of like an arc to it or something. You know? Like the centipede legs holding the apron? If he's using the legs to walk around, I feel like that would be impractical. Maybe the apron is just attached to the undershirt? I mean, I imagine it's still tied around his waist underneath here. Underneath what I have visible right now. I don't know if this green is still the right color. And red would be too focal. Feels a little too big also, to me. We'll come back to it. We can come back. Red, I think, would just be too focal, though. I see suggestions for it. If it's the same red as the tie and the glasses, it would just become a big, flat, red area. Maybe a light brown would be a good idea. If it was almost like, not like a burlap color, but like a beige. Like something like... hang on, like this? Oh, that looks a little bit like flesh. Like that wouldn't be too bad. There were older aprons for men that would attach to the upper button of the waistcoat and be tied around the back. Upper button of the waistcoat. Okay. Interesting. That could be worth researching into, depending on what era this fella is from. But yeah, an apron may not be a bad idea to clarify what you're doing for work. Could give the shirt some kind of design that helps to hint at bartender as well. That's also true. Ooh, so the things that I think we're getting at right now are that the concept, as far as the bug elements go, perfect. Nailed it. Aced it. No issues there. As far as the bartender element goes, we need a little work still. Think we need to clarify that. And on top of that, I think that your clothing needs to be a little bit more tailored to you. Your tail is so nice and specific with the pattern work, with the color. Your hair is nice and specific with the green underlayers, your antennas that are big and floppy, your hair's shape is just fine. But the vest and the shirt are elements that feel like something anyone could wear. And usually when we're designing outfits for a character, we want that outfit to feel like something that only you can wear. We want it to feel like something that wouldn't make sense to see on someone else. So, how can we modify this outfit to make it feel like it is something that is just for you? And I see the showmates are already onto one of the things I was going to suggest, which is repeating this pattern somewhere. It's such a nice little pattern element that I'm so sad it's not occurring anywhere in the front of the design, because when you're on stream using a live 2D model, we won't be able to see it, you know? It probably won't be happening that clearly. So we could, honestly, I could just grab it from here. I was gonna put it on the tie maybe, but I think we could maybe put it like down the top sides of the arms in like a subtle color or something. Let me just see. Like if I shrink this real quick down in here. Oh, you could have like a tie pin that was shaped like this if you wanted. I'm just gonna put it like this on the arms for now. And maybe I'll copy and paste it, and I'll reduce the opacity. I'll change the color of it maybe a little bit, but just so that we can, whoops, see. Hello? Why is that so big? Excuse me? Just this little piece here, please. Thank you. Shrink it a little bit. And then I'll copy and paste it, and then we'll shrink it a little bit more, and like maybe it goes behind there or something. And let me merge those. Yep, nice. Copy, paste, edit, transform, flip horizontal. Why is it doing that? I do not know. There we go, for both arms. What? Oh, congrats, friendly guy, on skipping the line. Well, hello. Congrats on your line skip. Hello. Are you ready for a critique? Are you prepared for a critique? Are you prepared? Are you ready? Are you ready to skip the line? Do you want to skip the line today? Are you ready? Congrats. No? Okay. I'll put you on the list then. Next Monday. I won't be here next Wednesday. Or next Monday. But I'll be here the following Monday. We can do it the following Monday. Let me put you down here. Congrats on skipping the line, though. I saw the streammates were round of applauding, but we could do some more round of applauding, maybe. Also, hi, Amber. Next Monday. Yeah, next Monday. The nextest Monday. A more next Monday than current next Monday. But yeah. More time to prepare? Yeah, you've got 2 whole weeks to prep your homework for me. Homework that you decided you are going to turn in. But do you see what I've done here to the design? I've just repeated this pattern. Honestly, you could probably turn it on its side too. I have it sort of horizontal right now. You could turn it on its side so it's mimicking the arrows pointing in a direction also. But just doing something with that repeating motif again in the sleeves already makes the shirt feel so much more specific. It feels like it's something that's designed for you, right? And there may be other things you can do that are like that too, where like, you know, I'm sure you'll have buttons that are on here somewhere in some way. Maybe those buttons have the same shape as your glasses have, where your glasses are almost like octagonal. How many sides is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, octagonal. So maybe you could repeat that sort of like octagonal shape that is not a perfect octagon, mind you, for the shape of the buttons then too. So then if I transform this and I make it smaller and I rotate it maybe, that could be interesting. Wine glass buttons? I feel like that might be a little bit too cartoony almost. where shaping a button to that degree on a design that otherwise feels kind of, I don't want to say necessarily sophisticated, but somewhat like elegant, may feel kind of silly. But there may be other things we could reference. Glasses themselves could be loosely shaped like the triangle pattern. Maybe. I don't mind the glasses shape though. The glasses are already octagonal and they feel like they're in a specific shape already. But if the buttons were shaped like something, I'm struggling with the scale. I had to shrink it so much that it didn't even keep its shape because this image isn't that high resolution. But like octagonal buttons could be a good move. You also have this earring. What is this earring? What is the shape of it? Do you guys know what this is supposed to be? Does it look like a bottle opener a little bit? It also kind of looks like maybe like a fox or a deer or something? I'm not sure what it is. Better view on the right. Oh wait, yeah, let me see. Okay, this is it again. Oh, it's just shaped like, it's just shaped, why can't I draw? Hello? It's just shaped like this. It doesn't seem like it has a more particular shape. Maybe it is shaped like a tie. I don't think it's a cylinder. Yeah, it's a hexagon that's sort of long. An onyx stone, maybe? A bottle opener earring would be cool. That's what I was hoping it was, because I feel like that'd be kind of funny. Would that also be entirely impractical? Yes. I don't think that'd be very useful at all. But there are other pieces of jewelry that can be used as bottle openers very effectively. They make bottle opener like tie bars, bottle opener rings, and things like that. And I feel like that would be something that might be nice to have on this design. Where if you just have, let me just like look up one of them. Bottle opener jewelry. They make bottle opener like belt buckles and stuff like that too. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, some of these are really funny. What in the world is this? For the low price of 40 USD, you can get a brass knuckle bottle opener. Why? 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 There's a much easier way of doing this. You don't have to go that extreme, but you know what? I give you points for the silly whimsy. Wait! What in the world? Wait, this is a bottle opener earring that looks like it's made out of like a Swiss Army knife almost. Do you see that? This could be good, maybe. Just give it that little like notch inside of it. I might need to like complete the shape so you can tell what it is a little bit better. Feels kind of dangerous. It does feel kind of dangerous. It almost looks like an X-Acto knife to me. Shaped like the earrings already. Yeah, it is pretty close already. So something, I'm removing the shading just because it's hard to tell what this object is with that sort of bright highlight. But, whoops, hang on. If you're dramatic in the way that you cut it out enough, we might be able to tell that that's what it's supposed to be, that it's supposed to be a little bottle opener. Definitely not functional, but yeah, I guess as an anime character, why do you need to be functional? You don't have to be completely functional. You could also be wearing a ring that is a bottle opener. A lot of bottle opener rings seem to be designed, you know, if we're looking at like the front profile of them, they have like almost like a crescent shaped cutout in them where it'll be like something like that almost in the front profile. So like if I'm drawing this from the side, I'm putting it on your pointer finger, but that's just because that's the only finger we can see. That could be interesting just to have if it's useful. His hair on the bottom almost looks like a bottle opener. That's also true. But yeah, the ring would actually be functional. You can use bottle opener rings. They do work. They are functional. They also make bottle opener necklaces too, which seem to be somewhat, or at least mostly functional too. But I feel like a necklace wouldn't necessarily make sense here. I don't want to overlap a necklace with a tie, you know? Beer tab necktie? Beer tab necktie! A bottle opener keychain. Yeah, keychains I know are just, like, relatively popular for them. A beer tab, like, necklace? Or, like, that would be kind of funny, maybe. I was thinking about, like, beer tab, like, tie chain or like a beer tab, like wallet chain or like pocket watch chain or something like that would be kind of funny, you know, but it might be too much. Tie clip, yeah, tie clip might be nice just as like a little detail to add. Beer tab, tie clip, sure. I might need to add a color to the palette to do that though. This is sort of a thing that I'm running into right now, which is gold or silver. Methinks gold. Methinks gold. Maybe then these buttons would also be gold in whatever like hexagonal shape I've decided on for them. Weird thought, what if his legs are holding different drinks? If he was holding like a shaker, like the, what do you call them? The mixer thing, that would be kind of funny. Or like he's got one of the like soda hoses in one and the mixer thing in another one. That could be fun. He's got his bottle, yeah, his vodka bottle, his Jaeger bottle in the other hand. Yeah. They could be very fun and functional. That'd be cool, but plus cash money. I imagine if you are going to have the lower half of body as a centipede, you're going to be understanding the fact that it may add cash money anyways, because you're asking for something that's unconventional and may take a different type of rigging skill than most models. So, I feel like that's not out of the question, you know? And adding any toggle to a model will always increase the cash money amount that is required for it, but I think it's worth it sometimes. If you're going to invest sometimes. Their current model's only face rigged, which is fine. Honestly, that's not a bad idea, because so much of the lower half of VTuber models is just never seen, ever. So only paying money for an upper body rig, I feel like is just functional. It makes sense, because why not? Liking fun, strange aspects is so expensive. It is, isn't it? Which is kind of heartbreaking. But yeah, hang on. If I were to make the ring gold, the buttons gold, maybe your earring thing could just have the highlight be gold instead of white. Then you could have whatever your tie pin is, which, you know, you could have your wine glass as a tie pin, maybe. You could have, if not that, ooh, that's a really big brush, hang on. You could have a beer tab. How fancy of a bartender is this fella, I wonder? Because if we're serving like mixed drinks and things like that, I feel like having a beer tab may feel not as high-end or classy as having like a wine glass, or, you know, this fella particularly likes whiskey. There may be some way of referencing whiskey through whatever's going on here as a tie pin or something, you know. Toothpick with an olive. That could be an interesting tie pin also. There's some good ideas happening here that I think the toothpick with an olive specifically would really point to bartender more than anything else we sort of thought of. And it is something that would fit within this color palette already pretty effectively. Hi, Edward. Hi, Sam. Hi. Yeah, totally not working while watching the stream. I mean, you're not just permitted, but you are encouraged to work while you watch the stream. I'm working. I'm getting things done. I'm working hard and not hardly working. Olive. Oh wait, and even if I like put it out in front, you could have the little like decorative thing that you put on the end of an olive, or like the red bit in the center. Like this could be gold or something. We can see the pit. Maybe it's going through the tie. That might be a very clear way of telling us that this is a bartender, maybe. You could also do that just as like a pin on the collar or something else too. Gold wax seal pin for the tie would nod towards more fancy establishments. That's true. I was also thinking about how some particular brands of alcohol will also have like wax seals on them, or they'll be sealed by wax. Like if they have the wax seal like emblem, that's usually not what's holding it closed, but what is it? Is it Maker's Mark? What's the one that just like fully douses the top in red wax? There's a couple of them. But there could be things we could reference from alcohol bottles, their shapes, their packaging design, their label design, things like that. Like could be useful. I'm like trying to not get too goofy cartoony with it or too over detailed with it, but I'm trying to think about like, oh, if like the tips of your hair were like a little bit like white or like salt and peppery, that could be a joke about like salted rims on margarita glasses and things like that. I'm trying to think of what other fun little things we could do to allude to bartending. What other things do bartenders do? They shake up beverages, they interact with ice frequently. We have bottle cork. Yeah, bottle cork could be an interesting idea. But generally, like, the critique that is being made here is to think of what elements are important to bartending. Think of what elements relate to the practice. What things do you use? What tools do you use to bartend? What things do you produce when you bartend? What particular types of drinks are you working with? What ingredients go into those things? What type of establishment is it? Is it higher class? Is it middle class? Is it lower class? And I don't mean that in terms of necessarily like earning. I mean that in terms of like how fancy is the place you're working at? What time period does the place you're working at exist in? Consider these things because those may help to guide you in how to further maybe personalize the outfit just a little bit more. Pink/blushed fingers because of the cold, because of ice. That could be interesting, but I don't know if people would realize that that's what it's from just by looking at it. There's tools you have to be very careful pronouncing. Oh, I'm unfamiliar. I am not familiar with those. Although I did encounter a bug, as, I guess, topical as it is, that has a really not so great name. I don't like saying the name of this bug. And I got bitten by this bug while I was on vacation, I think. On my ankles. If you have lived in the southeast USA, somewhere that is sandy, there is a bug whose name starts with C, and the rest of the name sounds like a bad word. And I hate that bug. Why is he called that? And he makes you very itchy, which just a general hate that bug feeling in general. All creatures have a right to exist. It's not his fault he was named that. We've really got to do something about that. I know the bug you're talking about. Yeah, and I do not wish to say his name because I have seen, not the closed caption here on this stream, but I have seen my TikToks auto-translate me saying a different word into that word. And one of my most viewed TikToks from years ago is because I said a totally different unrelated word that related to VTubing and 3D modeling, and it didn't even say it in the captions or anything. It didn't mistranslate it, but my entire captions were full of people, or not captions, comments were full of people accusing me of saying that word. And I was like, I did not say that word. That is not the word that I said. It is not the word that I said. I said a word that's very important to VTubing, is very particular to VTubing, and is also particular to 3D modeling. Leave me alone. But anyways, we're sort of diverging in our concept, in our conversation right now. Let me come back here and put some grades down. So we did start to talk about silhouette. Silhouette is kind of fine. I would say you are very recognizable, but we need a little asymmetry. We need to loosen you up just a little bit. You feel a little bit too stiff, I would say, from how symmetrical you are. Add a little variety in your hair, add maybe an asymmetrical element somewhere in the body that adds to your silhouette, but I don't think it has to be a ton. For concept motifs, I think the centipede angle has been handled fantastically, but I do think that the bartender angle could be expanded upon to a pretty decent degree, and I think we could personalize, good God, personalize your outfit just a little bit more for you. For focal point, I think your glasses were doing somewhat of a decent job making your eyes focal. If I hide my edits that I had made, I do think that your tie still ends up winning though, unfortunately. You've got your dark hair and your dark vest framing this bright white top part of your shirt, and this really bright red tie. Honestly, this is something that maybe could be fixed by just having a shadow under your head. Maybe that is all it takes to just eliminate how much of that is white and is pure sort of stark bright white. But I'm not sure that was enough yet either. The tie ends up just being a really flat area of a super saturated color, and red, heartbreakingly, will outcompete every other color, unfortunately. So if I turn all these things back on, whoops, there's something in there that I didn't need to turn on. Where is the green? Is it that? There we go. I'm not sure that I solved it. I did distribute the red a little bit more throughout. How might I try and make the red work a little more effectively? Let's see. I might just try bringing a little bit of red into your hair. Just at the tips of some of your hair. And bear with me, I don't want it to be this bold. This is way too much. We'll turn it down so it's a little bit more maroon. And I'll blur it out so it's like transitioning into the hair, maybe a little bit too. That's gonna warm things up around your head just a little bit. I wonder if we could push your tie maybe a little bit more maroon, perhaps? Sand fleas? Yes, that is the bug. It is a sand flea. Let's see, if I grab this and it gets me a little less saturated. There we go. A little more maroon, a little less saturated. Will probably be a little less focal. Also, there we go, that's helping. I think that's moving in the right direction. Maybe I could make it, doesn't even need to be that dark. And I'm sure that once there's some shading on here for it to tuck behind the vest, that'll probably also push it back even further from being quite so focal. Let me blend this out again. So that's significantly less intense now. The maybe like last thing would be your eyes. Your eyes are already more saturated than other green elements in the design, but they are a green that we see everywhere in the design elsewhere. You may benefit from saturating them further and / or color shifting them just a little bit. We could maybe make them a little more teal in undertone. We could layer, new correction, layer. Come on, hello. There we go. And I might make them a little more saturated. Let's see. We could push them to be a little bit more lime green, and that has an undertone that we don't see anywhere else. We could push them to be a little bit more blue or teal, and that would also be a color we don't see anywhere else. So either or would probably be a valid option. So blue, that's a little bit more attention grabbing. Or instead of blue, a little bit more green. And honestly, I'd probably make them brighter if they were gonna be green also. But yeah, either could be a good option for making the eyes just a little more focal. I think I'm more of a fan of the blue right now. I might make them a little brighter. Yeah, look at that. Now the eyes are really popping from a distance. So we just need a little bit of tweaking. There's some elements that are framing your face nicely. Placing the red glasses on your face is helping to make your head a little more focal, but the tie was just out competing, unfortunately. So I gotta put you here for focal point. It has been considered, but other areas are out competing it. For complexity versus clarity, we were sort of saying that you need some elements that make your clothing more tailored to you, because it felt like an outfit that anyone could wear. So just adding a little bit of pattern and maybe like an accessory here, or making the accessory you are wearing on your ear more specific to your profession would be helpful. I think you were maybe just a tad bit under detailed. But color palette, chef's kiss, fantastic, beautiful. I love a complementary color palette that doesn't feel like Christmas. You've got red and a green, and it's a teal green, and your green is more saturated here and less saturated here, and you've got a darker variant of it here as well. The red is distributed pretty well without being too overwhelming. It's an interesting palette. You're safe from black, white, color, and metal, and I didn't have any clarity issues anywhere in the design. I could make out the edges of pretty much everything. I added a gold to your palette just because I was adding jewelry elements. You don't necessarily have to do that, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to add also. That adds another color to the palette for interest. And it's still not going to the degree that it's making it visually overwhelming, but yeah. So I also put you on the fridge because I am such a big fan of your centipede tail. I love it. I'm a big fan. So, what is our grade here? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10? Seems right to me. I think that you have a fantastic foundation here for design. Just a couple little tweaks. Bam. Can we get a round of applause for Gremlin, please, roommates? Thank you for submitting your design, Gremlin. And also, good work, Ari. Good work. Your reference sheets are very nice and clean and easy to observe. Thank you for doing such lovely art for Gremlin here. Thank you. Let me save this fella and we can move to the next one. I'm like right on time so far. What a miracle. No one ever saw this coming, huh? Oh, I didn't clap with my hands. Yeah. There we go. Next. I don't think it's a tail when it's everything below his waist. I guess, I don't know what to refer to it as. I guess it's just his lower half of body, maybe, would be the better thing to describe it as. But next, we have Mech Cow, or Mechcho? Mechko? Whose full name, I think, is Mecha Kohai, which is why I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it when it's shortened like this. But Mech uses she/they pronouns, and here are the deets. Hi Squiiji, I've been watching your videos for a long while now and wanted to send in my new design I'm workshopping. She's a mysterious moth lady who lives in the woods and likes to avoid most people. I wanted to include the eye mimicry some moths have in the design to give a bit of spooky and dark vibe, though there's some things I'm not too sure about with the design and I'm having a hard time picking out. I see. I would say you do feel a little bit mysterious from the fact that your eyes are being covered by your hair. It's interesting because it also feels like you have two sets of antennas almost. You've got the smaller, fluffier ones on top of your head, and then you have these two sort of spikier ones on top of your hair. I almost feel like I want to see some of this brown that is in the spikes of your hair in the top part of your hair. Up here. Whoops, that's really saturated for some reason. Why is that so saturated? Oh wait, maybe I just didn't pick the right color. Oh, there we go. Because I think we need to distribute some of the darker colors a little bit more throughout your design. Right now, you have a really dark color right in the center around your neck, and then at the bottom where your skirt is. The area around your head has the least contrast, sort of overall in the design. Your hair and your shirt up here are all the same color and value, and as a result, it just makes this area kind of blend together a little bit more. There's a lot more interest happening down here as a result, because there's more color variety and more value variety. So we just need to distribute a little bit more. Honestly, I would say that you could maybe even swap some of your colors. If you were to swap this green that's down here with this brown that you have here, that would also help to make the contrast a little bit more extreme closer to the head also. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go make a color layer. I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna put it on here. No, I'm not, apparently. It said no. There we go. Now it said yes. There we go. Hang on, use your lasso selection. No comparison, their current model is very different. Yeah, they're redesigning, I believe, and this is the redesign that has not been released yet, I believe. Which is crazy that I'm managing to catch up to some of these critiques enough that the models that these were for haven't released yet. I'm almost kind of happy about it because I feel bad. Some people have submitted designs to be critiqued in advance of a 2.0 or something, and then I don't get to critique it until after they've like full sent it, and I feel a little bit bad about it, but I can only do so many with time. But yeah, Powerful EG, as we said before, we've made it through a third of the grand total of submissions that I've ever had at this point. We may even be getting closer to more than a third at this point too, which is crazy. EG, did you do a ladder for the centipede? I did not, but that's because that fella is really long. And there was definitely going to be a ladder happening from the segmenting that was happening in the lower body. So, but that would just be inherent to the fact that the fella is a bug. So I wasn't too worried about it. I was deciding that it wasn't going to be on my radar of concerns. But I guess that does give you something for your bingo, doesn't it now? But there we go. I'm making this brown, making the shirt green. I may modify the shirt just a little bit more in its color, because I feel like it didn't actually end up matching the color that the skirt was completely properly. But I think this is maybe a little more effective for distribution, because now the color that's in the hair can be found in the lower part of the body as well, which just provides a little bit more harmony, I would say, throughout the design. We will have to work about contrast maybe with the sleeves against the green behind it, but it's not too bad. Gonna assume it was an OSHA ladder. It may have been somewhat of an OSHA acceptable ladder, which is not what I was, not my goal usually. But I think because that fell as a centipede, it's just going to happen that way because they do have regularly, evenly repeating body segments, and there's not really a way to get away from that unless you're just going to ignore the way centipedes work, you know? Yeah. So, you did remind me that I should also be filling out my bingo. That last one did kind of count as no shoes. Bingo's doing okay. Not a strong start to bingo, but an okay start for bingo nevertheless. Is this an off-the-shoulder jacket? I would consider this an off-the-shoulder jacket because it is still a cardigan. It's an outer layer worn for warmth, and it is not being worn on the shoulders. So sure, why not? I do really like this Luna Moth bow on the chest. I feel like this is such a good moment here. I spent a very long time trying to design bows that looked like butterflies during Snowmiku this year, and this is lovely. Using the 2 tiers of the bow to be the separate sets of wings, adding some little like pearl details to it. This is very cute. This is well thought out. This is good congruent design where you're taking 2 elements that maybe have some overlap in their shape and combining them to create a unique object. This feels nice and specific to the design. So I'm a fan of that. I wish there was more of that happening though, because this is okay. It feels like these are maybe like plant-like in nature, but what if these little shapes felt like antennas instead? Where they were maybe just like a little fluffier around the edges. I don't know how I'm gonna try and draw this. Over it. I'm just gonna put little like fluffies on the edges. That's not the color I selected. You have to believe me. Come on. Oh, I'm on a color layer. That's why it's not listening. But like you could have these shaped like the antennas that are on top of the head where they maybe taper down and then they like... That's not how that works. Hang on. Go like this to create the shape instead. Maybe like this, they look like falling leaves. We're getting like a plant angle in as well because you are an insect, and insects sort of hang out in nature also. The shape of your skirt and the sort of pattern work on it reminds me of grain a little bit, which is interesting. And I'm wondering if that is relating to also plants, or maybe plants that this particular type of moth is related to. This is a Luna moth. That's what those wings are. And there are false eyes that would be on the wings themselves, but they aren't showing up right now quite yet. But the tie, the pearls, and the way the jacket falls, does this count as a wing motif? Yes, I would say there's a wing motif right now. This here is almost a wing motif also, that I feel like could maybe be exaggerated to be even more clearly a wing motif. I think they're sort of shaping this to follow gravity right now, but here's my secret for you. You can ignore gravity. You can Elphaba defying gravity if you want. I won't stop you. I certainly will not stop you. Because if we maybe like point these out just a little bit more, it'll feel a little bit more wing-like, which I think would benefit you just to repeat the motif a little bit more. Who cares if they're not following gravity? Certainly not me. Yeah, this person is Mecha Kohai. I think they designed their current version also, but this is a redesign. They haven't done this quite yet. They haven't moved on to this design maybe yet. But, okay. That's there. Talking about the eye mimicry angle, wanting to add more. I see some eye mimicry happening in the hair here. I see these buttons that look like eyeballs that are down the chest here. Are there any other elements that look like eye mimicry to you in here? I mean, I guess the ribbon on the chest here has a little bit. It might benefit this ribbon to have a little bit of a color for the mimicked eyes. Even if it's just like this green that we see elsewhere. That might help to make them a little bit clearer from a distance. These would have eyes on them, but I think the way they're positioned on Luna moths would have them hidden. I think they're a little bit closer to the body, right? Definitely look at how Luna moth wings work, though, because that will inform where to place them. Buttons on the sleeves. Buttons on the sleeves could also be referencing eyes as well. Although they are just sort of buttons right now. There could be some way to make them feel a little bit more wing-like. I wonder if we could, like, scallop the shape of the sleeve a little bit, like this almost. Like if there was, like, almost some sort of, like, overlap going on here. And then you could place the buttons strategically to feel like those eyes a little bit more, where, like, you could have one here and one here, and then we can see that this is, like, the sleeve itself. We had just like some construction lines or something. Maybe it would look better if this was a little bit longer over the hand too. But then that's sort of modifying this garment to relate a little bit more to the concept as well. Maybe this one's smaller, this one's bigger. So now they're both buttons and the eyes, and it's a more specific shape down there too that feels a little bit like wings. It feels like your outfit is intending to be a little bit cottagecore, or at least like not outdoorsy, but like comfy, cozy, and natural toned. Looks like a little guy. He does look like a little guy. He's got his 3 mouth. This is semicolon 3. The sleeve. But yeah, that could be an interesting way of reshaping that. What else might I think to suggest here for this design? As far as concept goes, I do think that the idea comes across clearly enough. The eye elements, I wonder if you might want to make this have that purple in the center too, so that way it reads even more like an eye. Because I think I'm still looking at your eyes, even though they're hidden, instead of the false eye. Let me look at Luna moths for a second. Where is our resident Luna moth? Is our resident Luna moth around? Our resident Luna moth may be busy right now, but I have a feeling we'll hear about it if they have missed out on this, perhaps. Lace eyes attached to the apron. Ooh, lace might be a nice texture for eyes. Oh, see, this is what I was checking for. So Luna moths do have, like, very gold antennas, so I may have to modify that. And the eyes are, like, closer to the body, but they're very fluffy. Do you see this? Oh wait, this isn't even a real one. This is embroidery. Hang on. I got bamboozled. It was small. I was led astray! Hang on! No, I can get rid of this now too. I don't need this open either. Nope. Hang on. Wrong thing. Spoilers of our final design. There we go! Luna moth! DIY so good it got you. I know! It was so good from a distance that I couldn't tell whether it was real or not. But fluffy! The eyes are almost shaped like little like acorns or like flower buds too, which might be a repeating motif that could be useful as well. Flower buds. Pink outlining for the wings. They do get really like ruffly almost at the bottom too, in a way that feels like something that fabric could do. I like drawing ribbons that are like almost like this. Do you know what I mean? And something that's shaped like this as a ribbon could be effective in feeling akin to those wings. So I wonder if like the ribbon that's on the back side of this could be handled in that fashion. Think of what else I could handle that way. If I make the antennas gold, we would probably need to add gold somewhere else also, just so that it's not only appearing in one place. Although if it appears in one place, that may not be bad for making the head focal. Let me just normal color, bam. Whoops, that's maybe too orange. Hang on. Like, I don't think I need to make this super dark. Whoops, hang on. Clip that. But just if there's, like, more of a gold undertone there, that will be more applicable. Gold buttons. Bow holding up the apron could have those type of ruffles. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That would be a good place to put that. Put the gold, yeah, maybe the buttons on the chest would be good to be this color gold then. Although I've made it green now accidentally. Hang on. Let me just put it on as a layer. There we go. Those buttons can be gold. Maybe then these buttons also as a result would be gold. Oh, clipping groups are happening in an interesting way right now. But I feel like that works all right for the most part. Hello, shrooms. Hi, Ozzy. Hello. Oh, I should stretch. I was supposed to 8 minutes ago. Yep, I'm stretched. Yeah, a little bit of gold might not be a bad idea then, because that is a color that the moth itself has. Using this purple sparingly, only in the eyes and in the wings, I think is a good move. Although it does become a little distracting down here where it's in a greater amount. So that is why I moved some of it into the hair here as well. Does the wings face inside have eyes? Oh, these ones? I imagine they probably would. I think they probably do. It's just that they're behind the body right now, so we can't see the eyes on them. But I would imagine they would. Like, maybe we could just, like, show the hint of them in here, however you want to design the eyes for it. And again, maybe you are a Luna moth, but you could be a slightly fantasy Luna moth that has larger, more exaggerated eyes on its wings or something else. It also seems like Luna moths have slightly translucent wings too, so you could even put like some detailing in here that is letting us see through the wing to the wing behind it. And that might be nice. Also, for silhouette reasons, translucency can add something interesting in that department as well. Do we need a lunar moth reference? One side of the wings is green and the other is brown. What do you mean one side is green and one side is brown? I have a reference here. Green, green, and green. This is brown, but it's kind of like a purpley brown. What do you mean? Bigger antenna would be cute. I could agree with that. Let me see about copy pasting that, and then I can like this, select all these layers, and then try and move them all at the same time. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There we go. Bigger, taller, bigger, more exaggerated, bigger, fluffier, longer. I'm making your anime hair vents taller accidentally also. I'll put them back to their regular size after. There we go. Like... Although honestly, making those more pronounced I don't think is a bad idea either. Like with butterflies, the underside is brown to camouflage themselves. Oh, you mean like the front versus like back side of them. Huh. That is interesting to note. I feel like that might get away from what this person would want from the wings, just because the green of them is probably important to be able to identify that it is a Luna moth. But that could be a good thing to just keep in mind. It is funny, I'm not seeing any images of the bottom of Luna moths, because I guess maybe they're so exciting to look at from the front, or from the top. People don't take many pictures of them from underneath. Seems like there's also a couple of different shapes for the wings too, where some of them pose with their wings facing down like this, and some of them pose with their wings much more like horizontal. So like this one has an arc to it. Some of them don't. Some of them go like straight across, so that could be interesting. Also, as far as posing goes, I know that there may be like, what do you call it? Sexual dimorphism, maybe, in them? A lot of VTuber fairy wings are inverted, or both sides looks the same. That's fair. This may just be like a known convention in design that this fella is sticking with. And that's fine. That is okay. That is acceptable. We don't have to be perfectly accurate. while I was in the business of doing a little bit of exaggerating of the antennas, I feel like we could exaggerate these things a little bit more too. We could push it in a little bit more towards the shoulder, and then at the bottom we could make it more exaggerated, where it's sort of sticking out, so that we were getting like more of a wide shape in that area than we would be otherwise. I didn't actually even make it that much larger. I'd probably make it even bigger. I don't like the color I have for these right now, but making them gold is still the suggestion that I would have. Maybe not the exact gold I've gone for, though. But yeah, bigger antennas, more exaggerated sleeve size. Honestly, like the bottom bit of the sleeve could be wider as well, maybe. And then your shoes and your socks, to me, feel just a little bit under-designed compared to the other elements. And granted, there are parts of you that we aren't going to see all that often, so they don't have to be super designed up. But if we just, like, took these buttons that are on your jacket that are doing the mimicry element. Whoops, clip that in there. Well, actually, don't clip it. Put it up here above everything else. There we go. Thank you. You could put this somewhere on these shoes in a way that would repeat that motif and add just a little bit of interest to them. Like, if these are a button that holds the shoe closed or something, that could be good. Or they could also be just a element that's a detail for fun on, like, the tip of the shoe here or something. There's a couple things you could probably do with them that would be useful. Transform, flip horizontal. Okay, excuse me. Why is it so big? Just to activate the shoes and their area a little bit more. Oh. Rex L, hello. Welcome in. Is that how you say your name? I was not quite sure how to read that with the X's in it, but welcome in. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah. Have bows holding up the big sleeves. Oh, I guess you could do that. I fear that if we start adding too many elements like that, we may be over detailing. But I guess you could go for the, like, types of bows that feel like the bottom parts of the wing too, if you wanted to. Or holding them up. I guess that's not even what you meant, but I just put bows there anyway. Do you mean bows that are like something that's like, what is the word? Like when you will strap something to something else with a button where it goes like this, and then you'd have the button like in this area? Is that what you meant? Because that could also work too, to be functional. I just did something silly that would be just like a tie that's holding it closed. They weave through? Weave through, what do you mean? Weave through. Attachments? Ruben Sajo Live Virtual is the full name. Well, hell yeah, okay. Oh wait, okay, I see the Ruben part in the username, I see. Attachments? I guess? I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is here. Like, maybe these would be better off not being this color, but you could have it something in here, and then you could see that it's in there, so you can pull the ribbon tight, essentially, to cinch it around the arm? You know what I mean? But it seems like you may have been suggesting something else that I'm not quite following. Bottom of the sleeve, weave through. Ribbon. Ribbon? Button thing? Maybe. Okay. Because this is something I've seen before in formal wear, particularly, where they'll have these for buttons. Although I guess it would make more sense to have it be green because it'd be the same material. And then you could have this button being worn again here for your eye mimicry. These are clever because the way that they're sewn also feels like an iris a little bit too. The way those are designed is very smart. But yeah, some detail to hold the sleeve up might be good as a practical element or something on either side. Could be whimsical and butterfly-y, or could just be more practical with a false eye on it. I feel like either would be fine. But yeah, picking one of those might not be a bad idea. Similarly, like if these were not, if you don't use that up there, maybe you could use that sort of like ribbon-like design down here. So here's my false eye as a button that the ribbon is around then, and then you get your like tail bits that come out from under it. And then that adds something fun to the silhouette. It feels sort of butterfly-like. And now it feels like your shoes are designed to be more specific to you a little bit. I wonder if the pattern on here may also be something that's intending to reference wing patterns too. Although if that is the case, I'm not sure it's being executed all that effectively. But we could do that also. Let me just cover these up so we can see about me taking a stab at it also. But after that, I think we'll move on to some grading. So I think we have covered the bulk of the things going on with this design right now that I would say maybe warrant some modification. So the way that wing structures seem to work is that it's usually like you have like a couple pieces that are like this, and then they sort of like branch apart the further away from the origin they get. So they get like they're like longer and thinner. Skirt reads as a leaf to me. If that is the intent, then maybe that's a good thing that it is effectively reading that way. But if you want it to read as wing-like, you just sort of need to be particular about the way that it's branching. I've used a line that is much too thick for it, but I think a leaf wouldn't be a bad thing. Especially if you added more leaf-like things to it that reference your environment. That could work. But let me start just putting some ideas down here in the critique. So, color palette. I think a lot of the color choices themselves are fine, but I think that we need to rearrange the distribution a little bit from your original version, just because the brown was all too much around the head and not enough in the rest of the body. So here we're creating more unity across the whole body by moving the color of the shirt down and then moving of the apron color up. So that would help. But the color choices themselves are fine. So I'll put you here. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is fine. I think your shoes could use a little bit of designing to match the way the rest of your outfit is designed, but honestly, it's kind of minimal. And I'm a very big fan of the design of your neck ribbon. It's very clever, and your buttons as well are very clever. For focal point, the way things were before my edits, let me look. Let's see. I feel like the focal point for me, well, actually, Shremates, what is the focal point for you? What do you think the focal point is when you look at this design? Where do your eyes snap to first? If you close them and open them and let them find a place to rest, where do they go? Chest bow, wings, eyes, face, bow. Bow, okay. It seems like there is some variety. Face because of the bangs, okay. I think that the face is not unfocal. I feel like the skin tone being brighter than everything else is doing something effective here. However, I do feel like the bow is maybe outcompeting the face a little bit. And as far as level of detail and visual interest goes, I spend a lot more time looking at this cardigan than I do looking at anything above it also. Just because there's all this intricate detail running along the edge here from the crochet or knit pattern, all the little beads that are running around the edge too. I feel like I end up just distracted staying in this region because there's more contrast and more detail. The eye is very stark. It's very geometric compared to other elements, so it is also helping the face to compete, but I don't know if it's winning all the way, especially considering the fact that we had a variety of answers from the Shrewmates. So in order to remedy that, let me turn on all of my layers again. Which of these was gold? That, yeah, hang on. Turn all my layers back on, see if I managed to remedy it. I may have. I don't know if I want that to be showing right now. What was this? Oh, those types of things. I feel like this didn't help all that much with it. I think there is a little bit less contrast between the shirt and the ribbon now on the chest, and adding a little bit more of that purple up here, I feel like is helping me to look at the face a little bit more. I wonder if it would be weird to add some of this red color as almost like a blush on the tip of the ears, because that might be able to help us to look at the head more quickly if there's just more of the red color up here. And it doesn't need to be this extreme. I could probably turn this down a little bit so that it's just like a little bit pink. I feel like that's helping some, having some ear blush. I wonder if having a little more green in the hair would help too, because we do have asymmetrical green streaks on one side. Let's see, maybe you need an asymmetrical green streak somewhere else. That's an airbrush. Hang on, try again. Because then that's increasing the level of detail around the face, and that could help to make the head more visually important to us. Also, it's like I'm gonna make this chunk of hair on the side green. I made this little piece of the bangs green. Maybe you get like this little chunk of the bangs that's green under here too. I don't want to overdo it, but just enough that it's a little bit more attention grabbing. I feel like that's helping maybe a little bit. Gold streak on bangs. That could be interesting. Whoops, not color burn. Can I get a multiply layer? Thanks. Especially if we use the gold in the antennas or something. We could have a little bit more gold in the hair too. I'm trying to not over design the hair here, but I am often somebody who wants towards maximalism as opposed to minimalism. That's kind of neat. Extremely tired and spitballing? You're good. Don't worry about it. I wonder if just this like false eye that is on the bangs could benefit from more color around it too. Like we could use the green from here inside of this icon, because this is something that would be seen otherwise on the wings themselves. So having a little bit more of that green might make it a little bit more attention grabbing also. I feel like this is helping to compete a decent bit. Also having a shadow under the head would probably help to make the level of contrast that the butterfly on the neck has more minimal. Let me just quick drop shadow here. We turn it down so it's not as intense. And if it had some drop shadows under it, that would make it blend in a little bit more. And if there was a drop shadow from the skin tone on the neck under here, that would make it feel like that butterfly is less framed by bright elements. I think we're getting somewhere here. Feels very magical. I feel like that type of whimsy makes sense for this design. I feel like cottagecore inherently can trend towards witchy or magical sometimes. But I do think the increased level of detail is going to help us to look at the face more readily. Finally, what if the inside of the eyes, the sclera, were the same darkness as that bow was? Let me just try that. Too dark. Hang on. Fear not. I will fix it. There we go. So then they will have just as much contrast. I feel like that's helping a little bit too. I'm not sure these have totally solved it, but I think the last couple of layers I've applied here have helped a good bit with how focal the head is. It's just bringing more detail to that area. So I'm not sure it's totally solved, but just a little more. Also, having darkened the antennas in, I think is also helping. I wonder if I even need to darken them more. Like, I could make the top point of them even darker. Not this dark, of course. Of course. But, like, maybe like that dark, So that way we're framing the head between darker elements too, you know? Makes it a little bit harder to see on this dark background, but I feel like that will benefit us. And also, once we get some of the shading that the skin is on the legs, that'll make the head more unique for the fact that it's brighter than everything else. Yeah. So, I don't think the focal point is a failure. There's some elements about the head that do work focally, but we can push it further. Fallen Wisteria, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Silhouette. I didn't actually do a silhouette test at any point in time here. And Your Honor, I claim oopsie daisy. Let me turn off all of my edits and then do a silhouette test just to see. Well, actually, none of these things really go beyond the edge of the silhouette anyway. So if I just go like this. Wait. There we go. Not the daisies, no! Not my daisies! There we go. Silhouette test. I can tell that you are a moth in your silhouette. You are symmetrical. You are completely symmetrical in your silhouette. Even though you do have some good asymmetry in the design, I think more of it just needs to touch your outer edges. And I feel like your outfit isn't all that clear. The wings read as a skirt right now because the bottom edge of it, this wing particularly, is tangent with the edge of your skirt. Your skirt should be shorter or longer than your wings are by maybe a more noticeable degree. So like if these back wings here pointed down a little bit more so we could see the point is below that bottom edge somewhere down here, that would add more clarity to your silhouette too. Wings just eat silhouettes. They do a little bit, which is the other reason why I was suggesting making them somewhat translucent so we can see through them. If we can see through the wings, then we'll be able to see this asymmetrical moment over here a little bit more clearly too. Then we could see your sleeve shape. That would be a little bit more distinct as well. So like, I don't think that as far as asymmetry goes, you're at a loss. You do have some asymmetrical coloring in your hair. You've got an asymmetrical apron that you're wearing too. But I think we just need to push it a little bit further, you know? Make them spread out would be great for silhouette, but horrible for streaming. Yeah, being wide as a VTuber, as a streamer in general, not always the greatest time. You cover a lot. My big onion on top of my head makes me block so much, which I guess is something that people who have antennas could relate to, or maybe big ears could relate to. But yeah. So, having said that, I think pushing the asymmetry and the hair coloration more would be good. As I had critiqued in the previous design, making the hair more subtly asymmetrical is also always good. Because right now I think the hair is perfectly symmetrical. So like, what if this is lower right here just a little bit? And what if there's the piece that's like lower over here too, instead of being higher? Ah, I'm erasing things. Oh no. Hang on. So then it just feels a little bit more natural. You do have this one longer lock on this side that's asymmetrical, which is good, but just a little more natural asymmetry. What if your cardigan sat higher on one shoulder than the other? What if it was like up here on the one side? We don't have to make asymmetrical things in the design. We can just change the way that the clothing is being worn to add asymmetry. And if you do that, maybe the sleeve sits a little bit higher on this side, or maybe it's a little bit lower on this side as a result. Bam, there we go. And then that's subtle enough that it feels like you're relaxed, maybe easygoing, mysterious. I feel like mysterious people are usually not so perfect in the way that they appear to others. They're mysterious because they've got elements that make us ask questions, you know? And that might help. VTubing isn't kind of creatures with large things on their heads. No. I needed a toggle to remove my antlers. They block so much. Oh no! Al had suggested to me once upon a time what I thought was a very funny concept for a VTuber. That I've never gotten around to illustrating in any capacity, but I feel like I totally should. Al Almontas had suggested a VTuber who was like a longhorn cattle, and the whole like point of her design is that there's like a green screen in it, Or like that the entire stream is essentially pinned to the area between her horns. So like as she moves her head, like the stream will like tilt or like move left and right. I thought that was very funny. I couldn't think of a way that like I could draw it to do justice to that concept, but I like the idea of playing with the giant impractical horns and making them something that adds to the experience. Because man, they are tough to handle, and it's so sad having to toggle them also. But yeah, so where was I here? Silhouette. Consider making your wings a little bit translucent, consider a little more asymmetry, but like I think you're already readable in silhouette to some capacity. The fact that your hair doesn't go below your shoulders adds some clarity. The fact that you had some exaggeration in your sleeves was great. We can do a little bit more, you know? We don't have to do a ton, but just like a little maybe would be nice. These things would be cool. A little more exaggeration in their scale. Making the hair not perfectly symmetrical. Yeah. And concept and motifs, I don't think any of the critiques we made were really about concept and motif. I think we were able to identify the aesthetic pretty clearly of being sort of foresty and relaxing. And we can tell that you're a moth also very clearly. So I don't really have much to say to you in this area. Good work there. Also, I thought you were very cute. I can sometimes be a sucker for the characters that have their eyes covered because somehow by covering them, it makes them more focal. It's almost like the lack of eyes stands out to me in an interesting way. Like here, I really look at your head because I'm like, well, where are your eyes? Where are they? Like that draws me in an interesting way. So, bonus point for that. So, what do we have here? 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5, 8.5, I think. Did I do that right? I think I did that right. Correct me if not. But 8.5 out of 10. Can we get a round of applause for Mechco? Yeah, Mechco? Perhaps is how we say your name? I'm so sorry, I have teacher debuff. But good work! Thank you for submitting. I think you've got a strong basis here, and I'm interested to see how this develops further. I'm intrigued to see. Yay! Round of applause! Maybe make an overlay where you can see the game held between the horns. That'd be amazing. That would be kind of fun. I have so many ideas for making VTuber like adoptable models, and I just don't have the time to execute them the way I would like to. Or like not models, but like adoptable designs or just adoptable character designs in general. I just haven't executed them. I really should, but I don't have time, and I certainly won't have time this month. Because of art fight. But hey, sure mates, if you thought we were done seeing designs where the body is like almost like a centaur or Lamia and they turn into a bug, wrong. Here's another one. Also, I ignored my bingo that entire time. I don't know if I'm gonna get bingo today, unfortunately. Rip. What can you do? We've got a spider fella here. We've got Honey Beezus, who uses pronouns she/they and can be found at Honey Beezus. He's a spider demon that has oh wait, hang on. This might be a character that this person made. This may not be Honey Beezus themselves, because I'm seeing a pronoun mismatch, but this may also just be that this fella does not care particularly about pronoun usage, and just gave me some of them and is using other ones here. So, he's a spider demon that has 2 forms, a humanoid form to assimilate into human society, and an arachnera form that is his true form. Since I was only to submit one picture, I just sent his arachnera form. I see. Do the golds count against a monochromatic palette? Yes, they do. This is technically a complementary palette now. Their persona is different. Okay, so this might just be a character design that they made that they wanted critiqued, which is totally fine. We do that. We also do that here. So, first of all, let's just witness the silhouette of this. just take a look at this silhouette here for me. Spider. Person. Spider and person. I would say that this is distinct in and of itself already. Pretty effectively. I would not have trouble identifying this character probably because I can see a lot of negative space elements. There's a lot of contrast in the silhouette. You're very wide compared to a lot of character designs, which does work in your favor. Your hair has a fun, interesting shape where it's sort of lifting up at the corners, which feels sort of friendly, which is surprising given the fact that you are a spider. Otherwise, the character design, or like the shape design, is very sharp. Spiders are often associated with being dangerous or maybe scary, and sharp shapes can definitely read that way. Your hair forms these big sharp shapes on the corners. We can see your horns in your silhouette. I'm picking up what you're putting down just from silhouette alone, but you are almost perfectly symmetrical, even though you've almost done what I've asked with making your hair somewhat asymmetrical. It's asymmetrical here and on here, but then it's perfectly symmetrical right here, so we may want to do something about that. We'll get to that. Well, actually, no, we won't. We'll get to it right now. Oh, wait, that's interesting. Hang on, I've misunderstood something that was going on in this design also. I thought in silhouette that these things here were spider webs inside of the hair, which is a design element that I'm a big fan of that real-life deer have sometimes. Have you ever seen when deer will have orb weavers make a web in their antlers? It happens sometimes when they're sleeping at night. It's real funny to me. Let me see if I can find an image of it, because I want to suggest to you to exaggerate the horn length so that you could put like a web between it. Deer with web in antlers. It's a real thing, I promise. Oh my gosh, wait, this is an antelope with it. This might actually be a better reference because I feel like the horn shape is a little bit closer, but like, isn't that kind of cool? I feel like all the webs being all over his face is maybe a little bit annoying, perhaps, but cool, right? And I've always wanted to see this in a VTuber design, especially in like a demon type of design. And you being a spider demon, you've got all the right elements for it. I imagine these two horns are meant to reference some of the, what do you call them, the pincher things, the mouth parts of the spider. But we could exaggerate them. We could make them bigger, so then we could fit something cobwebby and interesting between them, you know. Let me copy paste them so that I can manipulate them a little bit. Yoink. Whoops, I missed a little bit. Yoink. There we go. Wow. Cool, okay. Let's see. If I want to manipulate them, I think longer, wider, and then they can have like a more dramatic arc to them, maybe. I don't know why I copied and pasted both of them, because I could just duplicate it. You know? Chelicerae? Chelicerae? How's my pronunciation, Amber? Let me know. Mandibles? Is mandibles the word they use for spiders? Mandibles aren't those the mouth parts that are used for manipulating objects? As opposed to eating, maybe? Time to expand the horns. Need to give the spiders more real estate room. Yes. But also, just, I feel like horns in general in VTuber and character designs benefit from more exaggeration and more specificity in shape. I think we see this very particular horn shape that's here quite commonly in VTubing and in character design. It's just kind of like the stock standard demon horn shape. And there's not something inherently wrong with it as a shape, but we can do things that are maybe more interesting with it if we push it outside of being this shape. Let me erase this on here. Maybe we don't even need Jirohoge, which is a crazy thing for me to say because it was an asymmetrical element. But if I, hang on, merge those, if I cover like this and Jirohoge, we could add some sort of not perfectly symmetrical spider web in here. Where is my pen tool, please? There we go. What do webs look like? They're kind of like, they'll have like a point that attaches like this. Whoops. This on top. Like that, and maybe there'll be one that's like this, and then you get one like that, and then maybe there's one that goes like this, and then maybe this branches off into something that's like that, and then you get the piece that's like gonna come in here, and yeah, like that, and then you get all the little like little bits that sort of go across, and maybe there's like more ones that sort of cut through the angle here, and one that comes through here, something, and you get little bits that dangle down where they weren't complete, or something. You don't have to over detail it, but that might just be fun and interesting. Can we get some asymmetrical webs? Yes, we can. We can absolutely get some asymmetrical webs, and I will be a strong proponent for making that happen. Chat, could be spider making horned webs? What? Did I say things in the wrong order? It's not something that's hard to fathom. I often goof up my speeching. Yep, there, and exactly. Yep. I goof up my speak-ing. Their chat avatar? They're Gary's. Oh, their little chat avatars could be spiders. I was going to next suggest that some of the details are maybe just a little bit too small here. These little spiders that are in the... that are as earrings here just don't read very clearly because they're so little, they're so thin. Make them bigger. Exaggerate them. Drop them down lower so they can be part of the silhouette. Maybe they don't have to be the same size either. Or like maybe it's not the same length, so like you get your spider that's like here with his 2, 3, wait, I've done this wrong, hang on, I almost tried to give him 10 legs, hang on, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I made it white just because the background might be too close in color to the black that this fella's earrings were before, but I guess I could color like the inside in. Like that. And then maybe you have one that's not as long or something, or maybe one that is longer. Always am big in the accessories, yes. I feel like that is something I end up frequently saying to VTubers about their designs, is just accessories. What if larger? What if bigger? Because especially if we take a fella like this and stick you in the VTuber corner and make you VTuber corner sized like this, those spiders do not read very clearly, but now this reads the spider a little bit better in silhouette than it did before. Do they know how to knit or how to crochet? That would be an interesting sort of like concept angle, I feel like, for a spider VTuber. That could be cool. I don't know if they do. It'd be fun to find out. So yeah, asymmetrical spider. Maybe we don't need the other one to dangle then. Maybe we just have a gold earring on this side and the spider's only on one side. Bam. Asymmetry. Hi, Zany. I will, in fact, have a drink. I will go get a snack after we finish this critique, perhaps. EG's a fan of chunky jewelry, confirmed. I'll tell you a secret. IRL EG does not really wear jewelry, period. It just bugs me. Bugs. It gets on my nerves. I will wear a necklace. That's kind of it. I don't really wear rings. I don't really wear bracelets. I wear earrings, but only earrings that I can sleep in and never have to ever take off. Maybe the real definition here is I'm too lazy for jewelry. But as far as character design goes, I do think chunky jewelry is really neat and interesting and fun. So, there we go. Don't worry. E.g. Sippy Bevy. Apparently, it's pronounced Shall I See Ray? Really? Shall I See Ray? Interesting. Huh. You give them a dangly ear chain that goes from the top of the ear and make it web-shaped. I don't want to overdo the web element because there's already a web tattoo and a web pattern on the shirt. I feel like there may be more effective ways of handling the web in the design than those two elements, which is why I've put it up here. But we can maybe circle back on that too. So, the next thing that I have to say about this would be level of detail and maybe like uniqueness of detail. So, your head. I think your head was nice and specific. You've got this nice big black asymmetrical element to your bangs. You have the lower Shall I See Ray or talons or mouth parts down here wrapping around your head. You've got these nice big long ears. Your hair shape feels very specific. But I don't think the outfit feels all that specific. These feel like jean shorts I could probably find somewhere. And this is a crop top that I feel like I could also find somewhere. These feel like pieces of clothing I could see on any character and not just this character. These pieces of clothing don't really inherently add that much to the silhouette or to asymmetry either. These have some elements that could contribute to silhouette from the fact that it's a little bit fuzzy. And spiders can be sort of furry, so fur may not be a bad element to bring in, but this top in particular is handled in a way that is maybe a little bit basic. What can we do to jazz it up? Can we add texture or pattern or something interesting to its shape? These could all be beneficial. What kind of spider is this person based on? Great question. I don't know. They are a demon though. But yeah, if you had a particular spider that you were based on, that could also help us to make some suggestions, because I guess not all spiders are all that fuzzy, or some spiders may have particular like markings or patterns or things like that. That could be cool. The closed bottom trim can fizzle out like a spider web. I was going to suggest having it sort of become like threadbare at the bottom, because that does feel a little bit spider web-y. That is like one of my favorite things to suggest in designs lately. Like if it was kind of like not in the greatest of shape anymore. This feels a little bit web-like. If it's falling apart just a little bit. So then it feels a little more specific for that, but I don't know if that's enough either. And it's being bad, but I've returned from pronunciation exploration and found 4 different potential pronunciations. Great! Well, when I get further into my learning of Latin, I will give us a definitive pronunciation. Also, maybe add ribs to the top? Yeah, there are sort of elements that are striped in the lower body, so having something like that up here may not be a bad idea. Do you mean like this on here, or do you mean actually adding like stripes to the ribs on the body? Because that could also be an option too. A lot of spiders do have patterning on them. Teacher, yeah. Hi Rex, what's up? What do you mean, Can I ask a Twitch censorship thing? Sure. As long as the question itself isn't inappropriate, yes, you can ask me. One earring could be like a water droplet, as jumping spiders often wear water droplets as hats. That could be cute and fun. Yeah. Zoom out, please. Sure, I have zoomed out. Is it about this design? What's up? I'm not seeing any issues inherently right now. Is bulge allowed? I don't actually know. I don't think you're allowed to see any amount of, genitalia or anything like that through clothing as a VTuber. But this may also not be a VTuber design. This may be this person's character design for something non-Twitch related. So I can cover that up if that was in fact causing a struggle. Do you know what I can't wait to see? Well, actually, I don't know if that's what I want to say. I have always been, intrigued by the way Twitch enforces certain things. Like, I can't show this on my art stream. That's not allowed, possibly. However, if Marvel Rivals wants to give Captain America a very clear outline of something going on through his clothes, like, not even just an outline, I feel like it ends up being, like, almost a separate limb, that's fine. That's fine. And listen, I'm not against that existing. That's fine. Equality in terms of your fan service. I don't care. It is kind of wild. But at the same time, streaming that on Twitch when people are not allowed to dress like that themselves is like kind of confusing to me as far as enforcement goes. Seen some Vtubers recently with some wild cleavage situations. Yeah, they're out there. I saw one today too, and I was like, oh boy, you're gonna be getting into a world of hurtin'. But like, I just don't, I've never understood the way that those rulings work, where if it's in a game, that's fine. But if it's a VTuber, no way, Jose. Not on any planet. I don't get it. But anyways, yeah. Something that adds a little bit of pattern or texture to this could be nice. My question for you is that you're a demon. What type of aesthetic are you going for as far as your demon fashion goes? Are you going for something that's supposed to feel like old-timey, not biblical, but maybe adjacently? Are you looking for something that's a little bit more like modernly demonic or associated with like goth or scene or emo styles? Because those can often be associated with demonic elements also. What are you going for? What is your fashion sense here? Because I think that the two garments you're wearing right now are very neutral. The armband with the spikes is a little bit punk. Maybe. Let's get some spikes on it. Get some spikes on your bracelet also. But if that's the case, there may be some garments that you could use as layers for your clothing, some accessories for your clothing that may help to push you more clearly into those particular aesthetics, you know? There may be styles and shapes of shirts that would work a little bit better. Maybe you just reshape this a little bit. Maybe you put a layer over it. Maybe you go for the classic punk angle of having like some sort of shirt tied around your waist or something. Leather jackets are popular. You could wear that as an outer layer. That would help with contrast between your arms and your body. Although it's not too bad, you know? Isn't Twitch like, breasts in game are okay if they're incidental? Yes, but at the same time, people still get striked sometimes just for like witnessing them. I watched Vinesauce accidentally pan past that in a video game, and his account got like restricted for, I think it was like 2 weeks, and he wasn't able to like get them to take it back. And it was like, I think it was like a cyberpunk game? Not a cyberpunk game, no, what is it called? The Blade Runner. It was a Blade Runner game. Like not like a fan game, like an actual Blade Runner game that had that in it. And it was definitely incidental. I don't even think it was acknowledged on the stream, but it got picked up and he got stabbed by the moderation. So yeah, I don't know. Would love a fluffy hood with little spider teeth and legs poking out. That could be cool and fun. That's not a bad idea. Could go for something like in here. What if I was able to draw? Hello. There we go. I have to go something kind of dark so we can see it. But like, yeah, you could have like some sort of like really large fluffy hood. This might feel properly like demon aligned also. Whoops, I probably need to put this behind my little spider. Where's my little spider? There, I've gotten it behind him. Bam. And with fur, again, we don't have to make it perfectly symmetrical because that will add some natural asymmetry to the design. You were saying putting some legs coming out of it? That could be cute. Like, here's your little, like... They just look like long little bits of, like, thread sticking out of it or something, but that could be fun. Oh, you know who's a good reference, probably, for trying to make an somewhat demonic-looking spider character? Arachne from Soul Eater. I thought she was so cool when I was a kid. I thought she was awesome. Because her design does scream spider to you, even though it's, like, not super exaggeratedly spider-like. She's got, like, a cutout, I think, in the chest of her clothing that has a spider web in it, and I think she has that pattern in her eyes, too. I just want to look at her for 1 second, because she's also purple, right? In her color palette? I'm glad you all said in unison, thank you, I could hear it. Oh, she has some other clever things happening in her design too that I think help her to read as spider-like. She has these like spider-like wings behind her back, and then her bun has like spider-like legs in it too, which is interesting. I feel like I remember her dress being shaped a little bit differently, but she was cool. Her silhouette is very iconic. Yeah, funny that Twitch has to be like, okay, games of these things, so we guess it's fine, but you can't show hips or you're banished. Conservative? No, we're following the status quo. Stick to what you know. If you want to be cool, follow one simple rule. Don't mess with the flow, no. Anyways, don't mess with the flow, no. Yeah. Big, furry collar. That's kind of cool and fun. I feel like that's adding a lot already. And then maybe if we're doing that, maybe we repeat that, and maybe your sleeves get a little bit of fuzz around them also. Bam. Texture. You want creative emo or goth or punk clothing ideas? Wild suggestion. Roblox. Really? A ton of adult players dress their avatars like that, so there's a lot of accessory ideas. Interesting. Okay. Sure. Other mother from Coraline would be a good reference for a spider demon. Oh, okay. I wonder if that might be another one of the inspirations for this character too. But this adds so much flair already. This is personalizing it a lot. So I think that's helping. If we're going for like sharp and kind of scary, you've already started to make your nails sharp and intimidating. but commit. Even longer, even sharper, even pointier. It'll feel a little bit more dangerous, and it might feel a little bit more aligned with the shape of your horns now that we've modified your horn shape a little bit. I feel like we need to do something with the shorts now too still, but we can maybe come back to them if we need to in the future. The other thing that I wanted to make sure I mention is clarity. And I feel like there are some areas of the design that become a little bit too similar in value. So the legs, they turn into a little bit of a miasma of purple right here. There's not a lot of clarity between them. Similarly, the hair could use clearer shading to distinguish the front and backs of, or like which parts are in front and which parts are behind. So I'm going to get a color to multiply and put in here just to clarify some of the shading a little bit. And I picked a blue, even though this is mostly monochromatic purple, just because if we cool off the area around the head a little bit, that could make the head even more focal in a way that could be beneficial. But do you see how we're adding depth by doing this? Oh, ho, 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 ho. And then like underside of this could use some of this could use some. This is behind the horn here, so it might not be a bad idea to have a little bit more of that shading behind the horn also. Your eyebrows are behind your hair, so if we make them a little bit darker, we might be able to see them a little bit easier. But if we just push some of the values that are in your hair darker, do we see how the hair has more structure from a distance now? Ho 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 ho. Similarly, I think that your hair and your skin might be a little bit too similar in color and value. If I get a correction layer in here and remove the saturation, and it didn't do anything. Hang on, there we go. We can see that the white and the skin tone are very similar in value. They're very comparable. So, in this case, since you want to have white hair, I would just suggest having a clearer shadow under your hair, on your face. So like, it doesn't have to be like that dark or that saturated, but this might just provide enough distinction that I can see it from afar a little bit more easily, you know? Thank you for following. That's quite the interesting name. PP Poo Poo Punisher. Thank you. I debated for a second reading it, but I'm going to have faith that you have that name just for sillies and not because you're one of those people who's going around trying to get streamers to read your name and react to it. Because that does happen. But, yeah. Darker shading around the hair. I might even make it darker than that for clarity. I think that's helping a little bit. Interesting? Very interesting. You guys are discussing Roblox? What happened? I've lost you. So, darker on those elements, darker where we've got elements on top of it maybe. I know I added this one, but drop shadows are good. Drop shadows under here, maybe even. Drop shadow under that. Some drop shadows around here, maybe. And maybe, since your whole abdomen situation is behind you, we could just push it back entirely, too. So, like, let's grab this color. It doesn't need to be as bright. It's not as close to us. We're gonna pretend. I know that technically, atmospheric perspective, if we were accounting for it, would make elements that are further away lighter, usually. But the skin tone being so pale doesn't really allow us a lot of space for pushing things lighter. And pushing them lighter also makes them more focal. So I'm just pushing them back a little bit. I think this is also going to help my eye to go to the head a little bit more readily because all of the detail and exaggeration in these legs is just a little distracting for me. Yep. So this is pulling the... Hang on, actually I could probably erase it out of here too. So then that'll feel in front. But then that's pushing the body back away from me in space a little bit more, or at least the back part of the body. And then the legs also, I think, just need something along the edges where they're sort of overlapping each other, like in here. It doesn't have to be super dark, but, you know, this leg back here is further away. Let me actually move this down so I can just clip it to the side. There we go. This leg is further away, so it could just be entirely darker or lighter if you want to adhere to atmospheric perspective. But then I won't be as confused by the overlap. And like we could shade the under areas and define the forms of the legs a little bit more clearly. But do you see how we're able to read the edges of the legs more now? Yeah. Gold spider belt buckle with chains. That could be cool. We could maybe put it off center too, like almost like there's like wallet chains or something. Let me just finish doing this and then I'll add that as well. But yeah, accessorize maybe. Think about what fun accessories this fella may enjoy wearing. There we go. Gold spider belt. And I'm gonna put him like this. Hang on. He's so bright. I've done this accidentally. Hang on, you're too bright. Like that. There we go. Not the greatest looking spider ever, but you believe me that it's a spider. And then if we had a web, you could have a web that's like a chain that wraps around one side of the body like this. And maybe these two pieces of chain have like particular types of links on them or something that hold it together. So that it's not just like a basic default chain. You have ones that are like segmented, and maybe we can see like pieces that hang off of here, even though it's not connected to anything, that is also segmented, or maybe the chain like attaches different pieces of chain to itself. Like this, which could be interesting. Then we're adding more asymmetry that feels a little bit fancier. Yeah. Spiderweb chain. Need to trick them to say bear with me. Oh, I've definitely said bear with me today already. Without a shadow of a doubt, I've said bear with me already. I feel like it has happened. You could even use that chain again if you wanted it like on the earrings maybe, where it's like, oh, see, like these parts are kind of going into there, and then like that goes to there, and maybe there's a part that goes like that, and then it connects somewhere or something. And then repeating elements. I've made it a little bit too thin, but do you see how we've just sort of like jazzed you up a little bit? We've accessorized you. Now you feel like you're dressed to be a demon who is somebody that we could fear, or somebody that has a little bit of status. You feel a little bit fancier. You feel like someone who could command some power in hell maybe, or maybe in an underworld of some sort. But sort of the overarching themes here are exaggerate, accessorize. I think that you are under-detailed, and I'll put you right there. Your silhouette, I think, is pretty strong, but we need a little bit of asymmetry just to make it clearer. For color palette, careful about the clarity of some of your purples against each other and the whites in your hair. We could have a better understanding of depth if some elements were pushed darker, especially as far as clarity between your hair and skin goes. For focal point, let me remove all of my edits because I did a lot of them. Let's see. Farewell. Focal point. Shermates, where do you look first? I feel like I do look at the head first, just because it's more detailed than anything else is. Legs. Legs, the shorts. Ah, the shorts are a very dark object that's framed by lighter objects. The contrast and level of detail does bring me to the head a little bit. Gold on the arm, okay. Top and tummy because of contrast. Sure, okay. Spider body, okay. Let's see, have I remedied it with some of my edits? Is the head more focal now? I think it's a little bit more focal, but I almost wonder if we do need to push the legs back a little bit more. Maybe we need a sweeping gradient situation. Let's see. Make the airbrush a lot bigger. Kind of look everywhere. More the shoulder thing for me with edits. Okay, so that's moving it closer to the head, which is good. Let me push the bottom part of the design back a little bit. So I feel like that's helping me to look higher already. The hair is now the brightest part. I might actually want to darken this further so that the white of the hair becomes more focal. I wonder if maybe the horns need to have black on them somewhere too. So like if I were to bring that in, we could maybe have the horns black at their base and then purple at the tip. So that way my added black for the collar isn't out competing so much either. I feel like that's helping some also. The spiderweb is not competing with the white of the hair. I don't think it is. I think the detail we've added around the head is helping a good bit here. And the only reason why the collar is so dark is just because I couldn't really make it lighter. It wouldn't have had a lot of clarity, but like it doesn't have to be this fully dark. Like it could be the pant color. I just needed it to be outlined by something that was dark enough. There we go, which I'll probably mute that a little bit to make it a little bit less distracting. But I think we have made the head somewhat more focal. Add purple eyes in the collar too. Oh. I feel like that might make the collar even more distracting though. If there were a bunch of eyes in it. Like I feel like that's sort of the spider eye pattern. I could turn it down a little bit so it's not as intense. You know? I have half a board but no bingo. I have also like half a board and no bingo also. Whoops. But I feel like the head is more focal now than it was before. But yeah, I think the torso was out competing the head previously. Also, some of the clarity elements that were happening around the face wasn't helping with the focal point. Concept and motifs. Lean more into the spidery angles. Lean more into the demonic angles. Because had you not said demon, I would have just thought you were a spider also. Which, being a spider that's part human is already inhuman. But demon particularly, I think there's certain stylizations of clothing that would make us lean more in that direction. And I think we've done some of it here. But I think we can push it. Push it to the limit. But I am a big fan of not being fully human in designs. I like the creativity and I like the fearlessness that comes with it also, especially in VTubing. I feel like a lot of VTuber designs end up almost like pigeonholed into trying to be conventionally attractive or appealing to the broadest audience possible. But somebody who's going to watch an insect VTuber is inherently going to be part of a more niche audience. And we know that there is a niche audience for it because there's VTubers who are like, like Juniper and a couple other fellows who are pretty inhuman insect fellas. So there, people who like that are out there. You just gotta find them. Yeah. In some cultures, demons are just furries or kimono mimi. That's also true. So if that's the case, maybe you could draw from some elements that point us towards that particular like cultural reference also, you know? But overall, what do we have here for a grade? We have addition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6.5 out of 10. So I think a lot of it is just coming from the fact that we need to jazz you up a little bit. What did I say? I forgot already. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5. 6.5. Okay. Yeah. But once you start solving some of those detail elements, everything, the rest of it, I think will start to come together. More too. Thank you for submitting. Can we get a round of applause for Honeybeezus, please? Concept is good. Yeah, the concept's very fun. I feel like there's a lot of area for flexibility and fun ideas in it. So here, let me save that. Ooh, I'm a little behind right now. I wasn't as focused as I should be. Unless these are not... Hang on, are these models still? No, these are just screenshots of things I needed. Whoops, there we go. So, next is a fella that I think we've rated before, haven't we? I think we've rated Entomolomoth, haven't we? I know this fella is around because I interact with them on Twitter, not infrequently. So, Entomolomoth is based on the spongy moth. Also, entomolomoth goes by she/they and can be found at entomolomoth. Let me find a spongy moth for us, so we can see what they look like. Moth girl again? Yeah, we got 2 whole moth girls. The girls. Oh, okay, so they look like this. Haha, I see. Having seen this, I feel like there's a couple particularities about this species that would be nice to see come over into the design a little bit more. It seems like this moth has a very specific antenna shape where they have longer, what do you call it? Like, I don't know what these little bits are called. The fluffy bits seem to be longer on one side than they are on the other. Unless I'm just seeing them at an angle in a bunch of these, which I might be. Even if that is the case, even if I'm seeing them at an angle, I feel like the first thing I would say is that I want your antenna shape to be more similar to how those fellas are, if that is your particular reference. So if that does mean maybe they're just folded over in front a little bit more, I think that'll feel more specific to that moth. The tabby cat of moths, yeah. And by that metric, do you see how they have this shape that is like, it's almost more like this than like this? There's like weight to it. And also I feel like the little like, what do you call them? I wish I knew what these were called. What do you call the little individual bits? I feel like they're going the wrong way here. It feels like your antennas are on upside down. It seems like these little like bits usually go in an upward direction for moths, right? And then if we have more weight from it at the bottom and then it tapers out a little bit more towards the top, that might just be nice for the stylization, you know what I mean? Feathering. Pectinations? Is that what they're called, Rex? Did you do a Google? Pectinations. Interesting. Otherwise, maybe you just made up a word. Kind of here for it, though. Googled? Oh, thanks. There we go. The pectinations, I think, usually go more vertical. They usually go, like, sort of out and up as opposed to in and down. And then also for silhouette, if we could see more clearly the gaps between some of them, I think that does tend to help moth antennas to read as even fluffier, because otherwise they sort of just felt like they were glowing. They were just fuzzy and glowing a little bit. Google, the most famous fuzzy or feathered type found on many male moths is called pectinate, comb-like, or bipectinate, feather-like. Other common moth antenna shapes include filiform, thread-like, and plumose, plumed. Interesting. I see. We're learning a lot of, not entomology. Etymology? No, wait. I forgot the difference. We did this before, I think. I forgot which one is which now. Transform, flip horizontal. Entomology? Entomology. That's what I thought. Okay. There we go. So, like, put this fella here. Let me erase all the other things that have accidentally been copy-pasted across. There we go. So then I feel like those will read a little bit more clearly in silhouette if they have bigger gaps between them, if they're sort of shaped upright. And then we've made the shape of them in general more specific by making them wider at the bottom, thinner at the top, which I feel like I could even do a little more of. I don't know if I fully am sold on the way I handled it. Like, these could be even wider down here. There we go. Give it some weight. There we go. Yeah. Slightly spluffier. Slightly fluffier / specific hair. Yes. Fluffier, more specific in shape to that particular type of moth. Also, if I'm looking at this moth is a nice fuzzy one, as many moths are. I'm looking at a variety of pictures of him with his wings out, and by him I mean the moth. And it seems like this moth also has a particular wing shape as well, where the wings come to more of a point, if we were to sort of chart the overall shape of wing here, they go up, they have sort of like a flat plane to here, they tip down to almost a point, they come around here, there's almost maybe another plane right there, and then they come back in. And then this is sort of just rounded, and then goes in. Oh, I was hoping to do that other layer so I could use it to modify. Whoops, hang on. Nice try, EG. There we go. Out to there, to here, around, in.
Hey, it's
In.
Gary, and
Hi,
here is
Gary.
your daily reminder to feed my some concrete. This
No.
is totally the first
Your
time
son?
I reminded you today, and not the 247th time. Concrete time, Shroomy.
Okay, Gary. Sure, Gary. Feed your son? Whose son, Gary, are you asking to be fed concrete? Whose son exactly? I don't have a son other than you to feed concrete to, and I won't be doing that. Or if you're telling the Shroomates to feed their sons concrete, let it be known Gary's not a practicing medical professional, and therefore I don't think you should trust him for medical advice, and I will stretch. Thank you. Oh, also my overlay isn't keeping up. I can see that you've redeemed that, Zany, but it isn't saying it in the overlay. Why is it doing that? That's weird. Huh. It's supposed to say feed me some concrete? Oh. Too late, everyone's being fed concrete. But, wing shape! This is what happens when you give me your specific species, is that I'm like, hey, I can make you look more like that particular thing. Because a lot of the time, for an animal to read clearly as a particular species, we have to pay close attention to the way elements are shaped. And I think we could do a little bit more of that here. So like if I go like this and then I transform it, I can sort of shift this around a little bit so that it's more like the type of moth that it is. Let's see, can I do this one? This might be a little more challenging to try and reshape a little bit. Because my only thought when looking at this was that from a silhouette standpoint, the wing silhouette feels just a little bit generic if you are telling me that you are a very particular type of moth, you know? So let me also transform this. Can I, let's see, pull that out, pull this down, push that in a little bit, and then I may have to come in just my liquefy tool to pull like this out, pull that in, flatten that, pull that in a little bit so it's a sharper point, push that in a little bit, pull that out a little bit. Let's see, let me cover what's behind it so I can see if I've done an okay job.
Oh, parent,
Whoops,
I've
hang on.
just come up with an excellent way to remember the difference
Hi, Gary.
between entomology and etymology.
Oh really,
There's
what is
this
it?
cool Vtuber called Entomolomoth. So just remember their name and you're good to go.
Wait, that's actually so embarrassing that I couldn't think of the difference when it's literally right here. Thank you, Gary. That is so embarrassing. You're right. I'm gonna use the cool VTuber Entomolomoth to forever remember the difference. And you should too. God, they should revoke my license. What license exactly? My Can Talk About VTubers license. But more specific wing shape. Woo! Maybe it needs to be a little bit lower. I think it's up a little bit high right now. And like we could reposition them. We could like arc this one up a little bit so it's more similar to the original shape that it was. You could still exaggerate them more. I didn't make it perfect, but the fact that it's gonna hit like a sharper edge along here is like a flat plane. It's gonna come to more of a point up here. Those elements will help to make sure that it is reading clearly as the particular bug it is meant to be. Let me erase this where it's in front of the body. There we go. So that's my first critique for specificity, one of my favorite words. I have another critique for specificity that I think seems to be sort of a running trend in the bugs we've looked at, which is that your outfit could be tailored to you a little bit more. You do feel like somebody who is like a very relaxed or like laid back scholar right now, which if I'm remembering who you are correctly, and not saying I remember who you are correctly, I know who you are, but if I'm remembering what you do correctly, I think there could be a way to, like, that is accurate to the type of content you make, I think, but I feel like we could tailor it more to you. We could make it still cozy and relaxed and things like that, but at the same time we could make it more personalized and maybe a little bit more unique, you know? Some moths drink blood, others drink tears. Hey, whatever, however they can get their salt. This is a moth character. Yes, it is. That wasn't a suggestion. I figured not. So, if you're going for something that feels maybe like academic or like cottagecore-esque, because that feels like the direction you're going just from the clothing you're wearing now, there could be some accessories that would be worthwhile to add to the design to lean more into that, potentially. Like, there are some elements here that I think are doing something positive for you. The little bit of like lace coming out of the ends of your sleeves is nice, but we could do more. What if your collar was shaped like these things are? What if your collar was maybe, I don't want to say lacier, because it's not necessarily lacy, but there's sort of like that undulation happening in your sleeves that takes your sleeves away from feeling like your regular, ordinary, run-of-the-mill, everyday sleeves, and feels like these are entomolomoth sleeves, particularly. And doing this will also feel maybe just a little fuzzy without having to go overboard with the fuzziness here, because this moth is a little fuzzy, especially around the neck area. So, could be a little fuzzier, even if just because of the shape of your collar. Make the hair fluffy and add dark strands of hair. We could do something like that maybe also. I do think that we need maybe a color or a different undertone in here, but I did want to look. I wanted to check my Pinterest boards to see if I could find some like scholarly attire or something that could be useful here. Ah, belts. So here's a question also. I don't know how feminine you're going for with your design, but like outfits like this where it's like, okay, we've got a crocheted vest that's very long and low in the neckline. We've got a tie that has some pattern work in it, which is interesting. Wide-legged pants, which can be kind of androgynous. A belt, and then bigger, baggier sleeves also. This has some fun things that go on as far as silhouette goes, as far as color goes. We've got a lot of the color sort of weighted into the upper body, even though they're not super bold in their saturation. We've got a little bit of pattern work. You don't necessarily have to do exactly this, but it might be nice to do some of it, you know? What if there's a very faint pattern, like the wings or abdomen on the white parts of the outfit and mirrored with argyle in the vest? That could be cool. That could be a good idea. I wanted to check also just to see if I had any other particular shapes for outfits that are a little bit academic, good word. Way to pronounce that. Why do I have different folders? I have a folder for scholar, and then I have different folders that are like sort of similarly named. Why did I do that? Scholar, witch, no, not witch. Goth punk, no. OG, no. Mori K might actually not be a bad idea. Mori Key, for a fashion style that relates to moths and feels like it is sort of like relaxed and subdued and neutral, but still has some like pops of color in it, you know? Is my thing disconnected? Am I still here? Hair could have subtle patterns like the wings on it. Also a good idea. Light academia is the key term that's for this vibe. Ah, light academia. Okay, I can look into that also maybe here as I'm looking through my sources. I have a bug folder also, because I feel like for what it's worth, the only bug elements about you are your wings and your antenna. And I feel like we could use more bug-like elements in some of the shapes of your clothing, maybe, to better sell that angle, and then to maybe personalize your clothing a little bit more for you too. Where in the world is my bug folder, for the love of God? There we go. Found it. Got it. It took a second. Even just making the collar shaped like wings wouldn't be a bad idea. We did already shape some, some sleeve cuffs like wings for a previous design. Oh, there's some interesting stuff in here that I'm looking at. If you were open-minded to having a tie or like a ribbon around your neck, that could be a good place to add an element that looks kind of bug-like. Oh, my thing finally reconnected. My activity feed. Yay! Beholder chest subject, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Could the pants be segmented like a moth abdomen? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Segmented. Like, do you mean like tiered almost? Where like you have like a higher tier here to be the abdomen and then a lower tier here to be the thorax? Maybe that could be interesting. There might have to be a particular way of doing it because I think the way I just drew it looked a little bit silly. But you could have like tiered pants maybe. Hang on. And then like this is in here and then like that would be like in there or something. Maybe. Yeah, because their bodies are segmented like parachute pants. Maybe. Oh yeah, I did see Zany. I might have been in an ad though. Faint pattern like the wings or abdomen on the white parts of the vest mirrored with argyle on the vest. Yes, those could be potential options. Just adding some pattern work might be nice. I need to look at what an argyle pattern actually looks like though, because I feel like my memory's not going to do it right. Argyle. Yeah. Oh, wait, okay. I think I was thinking of houndstooth was what I was thinking of. Because houndstooth to me feels sort of similar in the way that, like, houndstooth does that, like this type of shape thing, which is kind of interesting, which might feel akin to this also. But otherwise, could do either, maybe. But a pattern in the vest would be nice. Or if it's crocheted and we could see the crochet, that might also be nice. How do I draw argyle? What if I don't draw argyle? What if I just steal an argyle? Hang on. What if I go like this and go like this and go like this? Bam. And then I go like this and go like this and... Oh wait, just turn it off for now. Come on. Select. Yep. I'm pro. There we go. Here we go. Work smarter, not harder, e.g. Why redraw it when I can borrow it off the interweb to illustrate the idea? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Okay, then this and invert and clear and blue is not necessary, but we could edit tonal correction. You said must be.
What does a pirate like to wear? An agile sweater. Oh, ha ha ha, I totally didn't steal all the cottage cheese from your fridge just
Terry.
now. Nope, innocent.
Hey, you leave my cottage cheese be. I was enjoying my cottage cheese for lunch before I started stream. Do not be stealing my cottage cheese from me. This might be kind of large for the pattern, and I feel like it's not reading super clearly, but that does add a little bit of visual interest. One of the layer modes help it look better. You multiply, probably. I could also go for... I don't know if brightness is the best for that. There might be another layer that would work better. Let's see. Overlay. Overlay! Underlay! There we go. Overlay's not too bad. I feel like it's lightening it maybe just a little too much. But having some pattern work does already go a long ways to add some visual interest in here. Oh wow, it really wasn't updating my thing. Wait. Did we read all of those? I think we did. Enjoy that cottage cheese? No, Gary, do not. Do not touch my cheese, Gary. I do not wish for that. I saw somebody say to add a belt to add the tiering to the pants. I feel like there's not a way to add the tiering to the pants that wouldn't sort of end up putting us into a different aesthetic than we are in right now. What layer? Did I do that on this layer? No. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, good work, EG. Get rid of that. Wrong layer, Kronk. Took me a while to get to wrong layer, Kronk. But maybe we just exaggerate the width of the pants in general, because they could just be wider. If I go like this and go bam, so that we have some visual weight at the bottom of the design, because these already are sort of like wide-legged dress pants. There we go. Oh, the way I've done this, I'm gonna have to like do some reconstructive surgery, but get the idea, right? There we go. Exaggeration. And maybe even if you're looking to have some sort of like necktie or something on, you don't have to go for something that's like super duper formal. There's the style of like neckties that is just like the little like piece of ribbon essentially that's like this type of thing. And as we were saying before, you could make it so that they're shaped almost like butterfly wings if there's like 4 pieces to it or something else like that. I feel like I might need a slightly darker color than I just used. But then we're adding some accessories, and we are making the accessories relate back to the moth theming. We're adding some overlap, adding some subtle asymmetry. Also, the curve to the pant edge I could read as similar to being the wing shape. Oh, okay, you mean like this, like curving it up at the edge? Like this. And then even if they were like maybe subtly scalloped on the edge too, that could feel similar to the wing shape as well. Like you don't have to go crazy or overboard with the scalloping, but just a little bit of scallop. I love a good scallop in a VTuber design. I'm a big fan of scallops. Oh, maybe even if you just had just like one layer of, hang on, just like the butterfly, like, I don't know what it's called, just like the pattern down here too. Like almost like where like the seam area would be. That could be nice also, just as like a little detail in the lower body. Look how much more specific this outfit feels now. We've just added a little bit of detail, we've done a little bit of exaggeration, and this feels like a fleshed out outfit now. It feels more specific, yeah. Always good to see Zany in all caps. We got the Zany seal of approval here. Happy to have it. Yeah, like Hakama fans, yes. Crazy how you elevated it with little things. Well, thank you. Also, thank you for following. I appreciate it, biggest mamas. But yeah, I'm not saying we have to go crazy here, but there's just like a couple little things that could add a little bit more interest to the outfit for us. I think one of the other elements that I would modify maybe also is the hair too. The hair feels a little bit, pardon me saying this, but I'm only saying this because this is how my hair is. It feels a little limp. It feels a little bit like it's like almost like painted onto the head. If you didn't have your antennas, you would have bullet head just about, because it's creating such like a smooth shape that is even following the way your head tucks into your neck, which doesn't be a bad thing. You can have a character that has real thin hair or hair that's really close to their head, but sometimes you just need a couple more elements that like break away from that shape. And having slightly messy hair, I think, is fine for like a cozy type of design also. Like they were saying, like a light academia. You've been up all night trying to get your work done. So I think if you just have like a couple bigger pieces that we can see scooping in and maybe out of the hair here, it's not adding like a ton of volume, but it may help to modify the overall shape a little bit so that it doesn't feel like it's just so tight to the head like it did. There we go. And another sort of like hack when you're drawing hair is to add weight to the middle of the hair. So like if you draw a piece of hair, a lot of times you want to draw hair and it's going to be like thin at the end and thick at the base. And that's fine. I'm using sort of like an exponential curve to draw this piece of hair where it's way thinner, super duper thin, and then it gets thick real quick. If you make it sort of the same width all the way, it might not be as interesting as a piece of hair. And if you're making a longer piece of hair, you can sort of apply this to it, where you thicken it at the middle and thin it out the edge. Not because there's less hair here and less hair here and more hair here, but maybe, you know, if we're thinking of hair as being a plane, maybe we're seeing the side of that group of hair, and we're seeing the front of it here, and then we're seeing the side of it again. Or maybe there is less hair and it's tapering out. But I think that is something that could be applied to the way that this hair is drawn right now, just to make it feel a little bit more natural. And I'm not making it more organized by any means. I'm just trying to add a little more variety to it. It's not as tight to the head. Everywhere. Yeah, I get excited. Fair. No, it's good when I nearly jump up from lounging. Oh, I'm happy. I'm glad to have the Zany seal of approval on this one. So, that I think is good. I feel like your antennas could be darker. The actual moth itself seems to have darker antennas than like the body is, or than the body. So if I go like this and go to multiply, we could make these just a little bit darker. So that way I can see them against your hair a little bit more clearly. And maybe they only need to be darker at the base. They don't need to be darker all the way up. But then that's helping them to read a little bit better from a distance. I feel like we could add more contrast to the inside of your hair. Also, just for more clarity and depth. If I go like this to push some of this hair back a little bit more. Maybe like I need a little bit on there because it's behind some elements. I feel like that's helping. We could push this back a little bit more around the face. Yeah, depth. Yeah. Making elements around the head a little bit darker also is going to help us to frame the face more, which will help make the face just a tad bit more focal. But honestly, I don't think your face was struggling to be focal that much because your eyes have more saturation than really anything else. And even like the whites of your clothing don't feel as bright as the white of your skin because your skin is very bright and it is more saturated than the white color of your sleeves too. So, head was pretty focal. I think we've just made it a little more focal now. Yeah. Feels a bit like an older anime style. It's really cute. Yeah, I think the eye shape and style is what's kind of pushing it in that direction. Maybe the hair is too. It feels a little bit like early 2000s anime to me. I'm thinking about like... Spice and Wolf is coming to mind for some reason. I wonder if that's handled in a similar manner. It might not be, but I feel like just like the sort of like straight, somewhat like stringy hair look with like warm colored eyes is maybe what's pointing me in that direction. But yeah, it is very cute. There's a lot of variety to anime art styles, and I do feel like sometimes VTubing does get a little bit like pigeonholed maybe into one or two or like maybe three like versions of the anime art style. And then you'll see like a VTuber model that has a very different version of the anime art style just sort of like rocket off into popularity on Twitter or somewhere else. And I think that might be why. It's just the making it feel more distinct is fun. But without the hair vents. Hey, Entomolo! You have itty bitty tiny little hair vents. What if you had bigger hair vents? We could really lean into being more like early 2000s or like 90s-ish in the stylization here. What if you just had bigger hair vents? You darken the inside of these a little bit. And if they stood out off the top of the head just a bit, that might be nice for silhouette too. Bam. Give me some hair vents. And then like sometimes you can see like the transition line a little bit in here so it's not so harsh. Yeah. Anime's the meta, but the changes help stand out against the popularity of the meta. The meta has some variety in it, or it can have some meta, or it can have some variety in it. Yeah. Improper VTuber ventilation. Yeah. Hey, Entomolomoth, make sure you don't get overheated. Make sure you have proper ventilation. Honestly, I feel like I need to exaggerate them a little bit more than I had them before. But then I think that's also helping to loosen your hairstyle up just a little bit as well. Honestly, I feel like I'm pretty content with the edits here so far. What do I have to grade? Let's see. There's color palette. You are very monochromatic, but I think for the species of moth that you are, I'm not so bothered by it. It feels sort of relaxed. There's a variety of undertones. We have more yellow undertoned elements like your hair. We've got more like pink or red undertone elements like your pants and your skin and your eyes. This ends up feeling a little bit cooler by contrast. Your sleeves. So I'm not too bothered by it. As far as clarity goes, just make sure that you have dark enough shadows around your hair and your head. I think I screwed up your shadows a little bit. There was better clarity between your hair and your jacket or your vest before I came in here and added my overlay. Hang on, maybe I do need to go back to a multiply layer. Oh, but like that's too dark. There's not really a good layer type for me to use here to add that pattern. think overlay was still the best. But it is making some elements brighter than I would like them to be. But just make sure there's enough of a shadow under your hair to be able to see it clearly. So, color. Not much of an issue. Just make sure that you've got a little bit of clarity around your hair more. For silhouette, I think you could be more specific with your wing silhouette and your antenna silhouette. And I think you can use your pants to add more to silhouette through more exaggeration. I did not make you any less symmetrical, and you are very symmetrical, but I feel like for that sort of like light academia style, symmetry is kind of the way it goes. If you have just like a couple subtly asymmetrical elements like a ribbon around your neck, the way that your vest seems to be tucked in, your hair pieces, that might be enough. But yeah, exaggerate some of your elements a little bit more and be more specific in your wing shape. For complexity versus clarity, we need a bit more detail. We just need some of the details to be more specific. Add some pattern, add some texture. Yeah! For focal point, I think your head was pretty decently focal already, and I didn't have to edit very much about that. Because your hair is dark and your vest is dark, and it frames your face sort of nicely. And then concept and motifs. Bring the moth elements more throughout the outfit. I'll put you there. But overall, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. Not too bad, not too bad. I think you've got a strong start. Your design is memorable to me, but I think that may also be because I know you. I'm familiar with you. But I like that you are sort of like a cozy and relaxed feeling fella. And truly, if the amount of edits we made shows anything, I don't think you need any big changes. Just a couple little things, just to push it a little more. Push it to the limit, because we're in it to win it. Oh yeah. Can we get a round of applause for Entomolomoth? Thank you, Entomolomoth. I will forever now use your name to remember that entomology is bugs and etymology is words. But yay! Thank you for submitting! And thank you, Shroommates, for providing some critique here for us. Wahoo! Let's save this, and I will close it. Let me close all of my images I have open also, because I have a bunch. Bam. Gone. Okay. Let's see if I can manage to have enough time to critique 2 more designs. Before 6. I have 40 minutes for 2 designs? Maybe a struggle. It might be a little bit of a struggle. I'll do my best. Next we have Polyanthera. She/her and can be found at Polyanthera on platforms. I believe at least Twitter. I'm based on the Polyphemus moth, which I would have guessed. I would have known this. We have Polyphemus moths where I live, and I'm always the guy who's being like, I know what that is! I know who that is! I know what that moth is! Polyphemus. Nope, not the man. I want the moth, please. There we go. Here it is. Here's the moth. We'll just keep that guy on tab so we can see what he looks like with the design. So, things that I'm picking up about this already. So I see that we have fluff around the shoulders, mimicking how fluffy the moth is in the center. We have the false eyes, or the mimic eyes, on these sleeves, which I guess the sleeves are meant to mimic the wings in this case. We have fully bugified legs down here. And we've got shorts and a green shirt. I know this fella has modified the outfit a little bit. Yeah, I got a 3.0. Yes. I think the shirt has some more elements that are a little bit more specific. There's a little bit more layering to it, I think. But I feel like the basis of the design is still pretty similar, if I remember correctly, from my brief snooping on the Twitter. So, thoughts on this design. The first thought I have is that the jacket ends up being such a big element that is so continuously brown that I feel like we could bring a little bit more of the orange into it. If you see the orange that's around sort of like the body part of this moth, that wasn't a sentence, you can see that there is more orange in the body of the moth where the fluff is, and that's what this fluff is meant to represent. So I'm not going to do it full saturation because I don't want this to distract too much for the antennas on top of the head, but just adding a slightly different hue to it will be nice. Also, already seeing one of my favorite things that I'm happy to see. Subtle symmetry! The fluff around the collar is not drawn perfectly symmetrically, and I'm so happy to see that. That makes my day to see. Yay! I always wonder when people submit their designs if they have already sort of on their own known to do certain things, or maybe their artists know. But then again, I know there's some people who make particular edits to their models and designs, particularly because I was like, hey, maybe try this out for someone else. And I'm proud of you, but I never know what is the case with some of them. But do you see how this is breaking up this whole element that was one color? You could honestly probably bring this back in for like the ends of the sleeves or something too, just to design this up a little bit more. But do you see how this is providing some unity for the antennas and their color throughout the design? It's framing the head a little bit too. It's not taking away from the head's ability to be focal. Yeah. Polyphemus moth is an awe-inspiring giant silk moth, but its biology involves a tragically brief and morbid life cycle. Adults have no mouth or stomach, living just days off caterpillar stage fat reserves, often face grisly ends from parasitic invaders before they ever emerge. Oh my god! No! Poor guys, but I feel like, isn't that how Luna moths are too? There's a couple other moths that don't have mouth parts. They exist as adults only to lay eggs. And they only live a couple days, and then that's it. They go bye-byes. I wonder, though, because I think I did see that this fella has a little bit of that, like, threadbare thing that I added to the last design. Or not the last design, but one of the recent designs. And I wonder if that was added because of the silk moth element, where it feels like thread then as a result. They have no mouths and must scream, perhaps? I don't know. This fella pretty obviously has a mouth, but you know, if you wanted to scream, I wouldn't stop you. Who am I to stop a moth from screaming? I feel like that'd be rude. It's not my right. But maybe that was why they had done that. I do enjoy also the fact that you have given your skin this all over sort of like fluff texture. I feel like you could exaggerate it a little bit more because it's not reading super clearly from a distance. So I'm just gonna make some of these bits a little bit bigger. There we go.
RLL, sorry you did say I could. Also in Gary.
Hi! Oh, I did say you could scream. That was hardly a scream though, Gary. You need to practice your yelling. The next time we take a car ride, Gary, I'll have you practice your screaming out the window. That's a thing that Jubby and I do in the car sometimes, is that we will just roll down the window just to yell. Not when like we're in like residential areas or anything, but just so that we can, like, you know, let off a little bit of our frustrations at the world that we live in a healthy manner. And when else do you get to shout and scream and shout and scream and shout? Like never. But do you see? Fluffier. So much fluffier.
Hey. I did this work, and I'm still Gary.
Hi, you are still Gary. That's true. He's a little Gary. He's a good little Gary. Gary said, ay. Ay. You'll figure it out someday, Gary. You'll get it. What was I doing here? Oh, fluffifying. Nice. I think that is going to work positively. I feel like your antennas could be bigger. The way that your jacket is exaggerated makes me feel like you are somebody who would not be adverse to exaggeration. Wider. Thicker. Ah, I'm screwing up your hair. Hang on, wait, I'm sorry. Put it back. Put it back the way I had it. We'll copy and paste these to their own layers so I can modify them without goofing everything else up. There we go. I've learned from my mistakes and my ways. Bigger, rounder, thicker even. Because again, these guys do have really big, like, round antennas. This is the shape that Entomolo's antennas were, where they're like kind of ovular. It's like we could make these maybe a little bit more ovular. It feels like this fella, this Polly, is trying to make this design feel a little bit more intimidating, maybe? So that might be why we're going for a sharper shape on the antennas. But just a little bigger, chunkier, more exaggerated. Also, I feel like I could rotate it maybe up a little bit now that I've made it bigger. Hang on. like that, perhaps? Let me erase this side, and I will just... Hang on. And then I will just duplicate what I did on the one side. Yeah, bigger, more exaggerated. Transform, flip horizontal. Yeah. Bam, come over here. There we go. I will say the eyes are working very positively for the focal point here also. I feel like there's a lot of elements that could be competing for our focus in this design, but the eyes having such dark scleras and then really bright yellow, I guess they are irises, is very nice. I feel like you could push some of the highlights in the eyes even brighter. Oh no, I think your eye highlights are mirrored. No, EG pet peeve. Oh wait, some of them are, but not all of them. Push some of them maybe a little bit brighter, even, and that will increase the focal point of the face more.
Misada. Daylight come and me won't go home.
I had no idea what you were singing, Gary. Dayo, misakeo. Daylight come and me want to go home? Is that how it goes? I feel like I'm adding words to it. Daylight come and me wanna go home. Hey, mister, I actually don't know the words to that song. Driving me bananas. Daylight come and me wanna go home. Wait, that is how it goes. Okay, yeah. I feel like I add words to it accidentally. Yeah, okay, hang on. So, antenna exaggeration, check. Wing exaggeration, not check yet. If you want your sleeves to be wings, you could probably make them even bigger. There's no one stopping you. Least of all me. Bigger wings. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I may have to increase the size of this also. Can I just go like this? Yeah, I can. Bam. Bigger wings. You could also maybe add a little bit of pattern to these also if they're meant to be replicating your wings. Do you see how the moth has this sort of like black, then white, then orange thing happening along the bottom edge? You could go for something that's maybe a little bit like this. Yeah. Gary, upsy side down. Oh no! You have to, it's 50 will make him talk, sorry. I appreciate it. Here, I can make him read it though. Thank you for the bits though. Here, wait, I'll make him read it. Yep, here we go. Here, Gary. Go ahead.
Gary uppy side downs Arohara. Hold on, I got a breath to HHHH tilde.
He went Arohara. Arohara. That's funny. I love hearing him struggle to pronounce things. It's like my favorite part of the TTS existing. And here, I could use maybe the gray instead of white. So that way this doesn't get too contrasty. But then we have a pattern on your sleeves that is reminiscent of the wings themselves. And honestly, I could probably make them even like thicker too. Yeah, like that maybe. And the orange part could be even longer maybe because the wings themselves have a longer orange part than the white or black parts, and like I can like exaggerate the shape maybe a little bit to be sleeves or something. Yeah. Ara Gary, no! Not Ara Gary, no! That's not what he's saying. Hey. You want people to know where you're looking, you could add a bring of blue to your eyes. Like the iris. Oh yeah, it does have a little bit of blue. That could be a good idea. I might steal this color and then like tint it just a little bit. So then, hang on, if I go like this, multiply. These might be too intense. But you could have something like that. Oh my gosh, wait, the way I did it is so intense. I might need to make it more blue. Then erase the white from on top of it. Hang on, edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, bluer? Oh, it's definitely just gonna turn green because it's on top of yellow. Or blue the sclera a little. We could blue just like the outer edge of the sclera a little bit. Wait, instead of multiply, make this a color, please. Oh god, okay, wait, hang on. Edit, tonal correction. What did I do here? Saturation, up. Luminosity, down. Hello? Oh, okay, wait. Edit, tonal correction, new saturation, luminosity. Luminosity, down. Saturation, up. Hue. I feel like this isn't, like, the exact right hue. But, like, that could work. We could also maybe go, like, this, too, because it seems like the blue is mostly in, like, the upper side. Oh, wait, this is the problem. Give me, like, a color like this, maybe? There we go. And then if I go like that, it's still gonna turn green. There we go. Blue. And then I'll gradient it out. Aha. You could also have something dark in the center of your eye because there are almost like pupils here. More midnight blue. Yeah, but that's not really in the palette otherwise. It might end up just feeling like gray against the yellow if I do that. Let me blend it out. Or not. Hang on. There we go. Although, maybe if I... Well... Hang on. Just make it a normal layer. Like, that kind of works, maybe? As a midnight blue? I didn't erase it very nicely. Whoops. But not a bad idea. Honestly, you could probably do both of the things that I had in the eyes. Because adding more detail to the eyes will also make them even more focal. You can tell where you're looking also. Maybe the sclera should be slightly more midnight blue so it doesn't look like eyelashes. That's fair, maybe? You could go more for like... What value is that? Like, put it like here. Oh, it also doesn't have like a color undertone to it. So if the sclera had a blue color undertone to it, that would add some visual interest to that area. And now I can see the sclera a little bit better from a distance. I didn't even, yeah, you're right. I didn't notice there was a sclera either. I just assumed that stylistically, the eyelashes and the sclera were the same color as like a spot black type of situation. But mayhaps not. There we go. Still not super clear, but I don't really want to make it too bright around the eyes, you know? I don't really like that thing, but there we go. That seems to work a little bit more for me. Eyes are colored like the eye spots. Yes! So I think we're pushing that a little bit more and making it a little bit more clear right now. I will say, the choice of shirt color is very interesting to me because I feel like this would also work a little bit better if it was maybe slightly closer to that midnight blue color too. And blue and orange are complementary colors, so that might also just make visual sense because right now this green ends up sort of stealing the focal point for me just a little bit. It's so neon. Although this color I have right now might be too close to the silver, but I feel like this is pushing it a little more complementary. And I don't think this is grabbing my attention quite as intensely. It's kind of purple. I feel like this could be... What if I... Nope. Nope. Today I'm really fighting with layers to get them to do what I want. You know what would just be smarter for me to do? Is to layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity, and then just do whatever I want with it here. Because like we could go more blue, we can go darker, a little more navy, a little less saturated. I have accidentally overlapped a couple other things, but like I feel like that's not a bad color choice for it, because it's more similar to the palette, the rest of the palette overall. Hang on, I might need to edit my mask a little bit. And get rid of some places where it's turning green on top of other things. There we go. So then that feels a little more consistent for the color palette. For clarity, I think my main critique would be that we just need to darken some of our shadows a little bit more so they can define the edges of the form. So, shadow where the arms go behind the body could be stronger, potentially, like in here. Even if it doesn't run the entirety of the way along the edge where the body meets the sleeve, it would still help. Under here, I couldn't tell that this was the inside of the jacket, so definitely darkening that would make sense. If you had a clearer drop shadow under the face, that would help me to see where your chin is a little bit better, because I was losing your chin a bit. Similarly, like under your hair might be nice to have some shadow. Having some shadow on your shoulders, under your hair would be good. Drop shadows sort of like along the edge where elements overlap would be good, so we can see what sits on top of what else. There we go. Push those parts back some. This could be darker along the edges here too. And then the hair as well. I feel like the hair may also benefit from having a cool undertone to the shadows. Just to carry some of that blue a little bit more around the design. And I might need to be more sparing about where I'm putting it. So like, pieces in front of the face can stay bright, but then if I put it back here, these pieces that are behind the head can sort of fall backwards a little bit more. And then like under the antennas, maybe a little bit. I'm not sure that did as much as I wanted it to. But that makes the hair feel much colder, which is making the head even more focal as a result. Yeah. Okay. So, having done that... Oh, wait. I feel like the belt is also referencing the eye shape, where it's got like a big, long, horizontal element in it. That's interesting. I wonder if we could make it reference these eyes a little bit more, too, if you made it, like... Oops. Like, wider along the bottom edge. Like we're just adding another fake eye and then we just like arc it a little bit more around the top. Maybe that wasn't intentional, but it might be something nice to bring in. There we go. So now the buckle's a real specific shape. So if I yap too much as I like this kind of stuff, you're good. We like taking suggestions. You are welcome to provide whatever feedback you have. Maybe make the pattern bigger to bring the pattern halfway up the sleeve to split it more from the body. You could do that. There is also this like red and white pattern element that could be on the sleeve higher up or maybe on the body somewhere in here, which might not be a bad idea to add in also. So like you could have the red that is sort of like in here, and then you get that white again on top of it, and then that'll also help split the sleeves from the side of the front of the body too. Yeah. Hi, Kit. Not me forgetting it was Design Critique Monday. That's okay. The VOD lives on forever. But hi, good to have you here. Let me look at the rubric to see if I have anything else that we need to say. Let me close this also because I don't think we need it anymore. But color-wise, I feel like the neon green that was chosen for the shirt, or maybe neon teal, was a little bit of like an eye strain compared to the other colors, and most of your shadows could just be pushed a bit darker, but otherwise I think the color choices are fine. So I'll put you like here. For silhouette, I think your legs are going to do a lot to make you recognizable in silhouette because there's not a lot of fellows who have insect legs. We can, however, exaggerate some things a little more, exaggerating your antennas, exaggerating your sleeves that are becoming wings. That would be great. Your collar's already somewhat nicely exaggerated and isn't perfectly symmetrical anyway, which is good. Having more subtle asymmetry in the design is always nice as well, so adding some little bits of like the thread that's torn, so I think I did see that in your 3.0 or one of your more recent design versions, would be nice. Maybe your hair doesn't need to be perfectly symmetrical either, but I think we just need a little more asymmetry and just a little more exaggeration of things. For complexity versus clarity, I think I already mentioned just making sure we can tell where your chin is as far as shading goes. I think having a little bit more detail would benefit you. We can tailor your jacket more to you and make it less one big flat brown object. Add a little more color, add some pattern, but I don't think we need to add new objects to the design by any means. You've got the right clothing elements, we just need to tailor them to you a little more. For focal point, I think your head did work pretty well as a focal point. Your hair was nice and bright when nothing else was. Your eyes are also pretty stark because they have such a big, flat, dark color around them from your eyelashes that we kind of can't look away from them. But I do think the original color of your shirt was a little bit distracting, so I'll put you here. And then finally, concept and motifs. I don't think we have any issue reading that you are a moth. I think that came across very clearly. And I guessed the right kind of moth for you without even reading the details, because I did that before stream. So I would give you points for that, but you can just customize it a little bit more. And the other thing I have for you as just like a question is that, do you have another layer to your concept? Because if not, that might be fun. You read as being like almost like an aviation pilot right now, because this is sort of like a bomber jacket with like the fur collar, the brown leather types of things. I feel like that'd be an interesting concept for a moth or for like a creature that flies already. Your eyes feel a little bit like goggles just from the big shape of them. Yeah, and we're saying similarly. If that is not an intentional part of your design, it may be fun to just sort of add in a little bit of an aviation angle, maybe. Why not? Can't hurt. If you're looking for some just like fun element to tag in, or if you were looking for something to sort of guide your aesthetics, could be nice. But overall, what do we have here? We have 3, 6, 7 out of 10. Bam. Good work. Thank you for submitting again. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Polly? Oh, we're in an ad break. No. You can clap in the ad break. I'm gonna drink some liquids during the ad break. Hype is right. I will also accept, yes, the light sticks, applause, any amount of excitement is good. That water tastes a little funky. Intriguing. Let's see, can I complete my final critique before 6 p.m.? Let's see how the gamba goes. We'll get our final fella queued up here, but I'll wait for the ad to end before I start reading the details. Yeah, we're focused. Don't worry, Rand. We are focused. I am locked in. I am focused. Yes, it is 5:43. Or not 5:43, it's 5:44. I have just about 15 minutes, which I'm not going to rush through a design critique, but we'll see how much I have to say about this one. We'll see. Sometimes I don't have as much to say about some of them because designs are already somewhat well fleshed out, or not, you know, or not, but like they're more or less fleshed out, and there's more or less that I need to say, you know? Yeah. Oh, PS Mamas, thank you for subscribing. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us and clap with us. Welcome. The Designs Giving 3D teen show protagonist / secondary character. Yeah. I was able to guess this fella's concept without reading anything about them at all. So this is the Stinga. He/him can be found at the Stinga. He is a yellow jacket robot superhero based on superheroes and tokusatsu. Also used a video of yours during concept. Well, I'm honored. Thanks. I read what your concept was pretty clearly. I can tell that you are meant to be some sort of flying insect creature pretty clearly. You got your wings. You have armor that almost feels like the plating or like the body, what do you call it? Titan that bugs have? A little bit. And you've got your antennas. Also, usually people tend to personify bees as being round and fluffy and friendly. But when you see a black and gold color palette with some stripes that is much sharper, it usually ends up being a wasp. We tend to associate wasps with being evil more so. People tend to think that wasps don't deserve to do whatever they're doing. I disagree. People are like, bees are helpful, they're pollinators, don't hurt them. The wasp serves no purpose, destroy him. The wasp helps, the wasps do pollinate. Be nice to your neighborhood wasps, please. But yes, the combination also with the red eyes and red as the secondary color does feel a little bit evil. And the fact that your skin color is so desaturated too. I know that you're a superhero, but you read a little bit more like a supervillain to me right now. The desaturated skin, the sharp angles. It's a little villainous, you know? A lot of wasps also eat pests, as they should. Anti-hero even. Oh, you know what? I could see that maybe. That could work. Wasps are crash outs, but they're not evil. They're territorial, which is why people don't tend to get along with them. But, yeah, so elements that I think are effective towards your concept. Using your wings as a cape is like such a fun superhero move, because oftentimes capes don't really add a lot to silhouette other than an element that's like, yeah, it's a superhero. But your wings are your cape, so they're adding to your silhouette and they're adding to our understanding of your design and your concept. Hell yeah. I love the exaggeration for your torso elements. This to me feels like it's... I can't fully tell, but I think this might be a fully custom 3D model. Like, I can see there's like edges that have been completed around some of the elements going on here. Like, the armor has complete edges to it. And there's good exaggeration as a result of that. So like, we can see that it sticks out off the body a lot. There's some like tearing to the shape of the collar. Yeah, this is a 3D model. I know this is a 3D model. And at first, the head sculpt had me thinking it may have been Vroid as a base, but I might be wrong. This may be a custom from scratch 3D model. It very well could be. Interesting. Yeah. So, I'm here for it. I love exaggeration. I feel like if you are going to 3D model this custom from scratch, you can push some of those edges even more. I'm gonna be a little bit nitpicky with you because I think you've more or less nailed the basis of this. And now we can start to play with contrast more. So like, what if your little pauldrons on your shoulder dip in more before they extend out? What if these red elements on your shoulder rise up to become like little like peaks almost? Like these are like some sort of gem that's been inset into your armor that you're wearing on the top of your body. I don't know if this extends out off the front of your design, but if it doesn't, it totally should. That'd be cool and sick. This thing here, you could probably complete this shape underneath where we don't need to see that there's like an inside rim to it. Because if it feels like it's super, almost like mechanical, that'll feel more armor-like maybe. It's like we could just complete that shape going all the way around. If you have a tier here, exaggerate the tier more so that we can see it more from a distance. Bam. Yeah, and then like some of these things, like, okay, we could push some of this in maybe a little bit more. You can push this in more. Maybe some of these stand out off the body a little bit more. A lot of the game when it comes to 3D modeling is pushing all the little things that touch the silhouette to engage with the silhouette even more, because that's what makes it feel more thoroughly fleshed out. It makes it feel like it's more complete as a design sometimes. So I'm gonna exaggerate all these little things because that will help you with your silhouette a little bit. Similarly, like the elements on your arm, what if these stick out a little bit? What if this is modeled as its own object? Or if its geometry just pushes out off of you a little bit more? Just little things, just little things like that can add up a lot in a 3D model, making it feel super duper fleshed out. And the other reason I'm doing this is because superheroes and similar fellas can struggle with silhouette a little bit sometimes. It's something that I critiqued Miraculous Ladybug heavily for. But they don't have to. You can have interesting silhouettes in heroes and tokusatsu types of characters. You just have to exaggerate more. Like, we could make probably like this entire like frontal part of your shoe bigger. If I go like this, bam. Make your boots even stompier. So that'll feel a little bit more grounded. Honestly, some of the stuff I did is maybe less exaggerated as it could be. You could probably exaggerate some even more. Maybe a stinger shape somewhere on the gauntlets. I was thinking about that. Thinking about like, almost like I don't want to say like a Wolverine style, but maybe like Wolverine style, like thing that comes out like the front of your gauntlets you have here as like a blade. Almost like Assassin's Creed style too. Yeah, that could be fun to add. The other thing that I tend to suggest when you are designing like armor or like this sort of like futuristic style of armor is to look at other futuristic styles of armor and how they detail things, how they greeble it a little bit. Because I feel like there's some areas that feel just like a little bit vacant. And if I'm thinking about, usually I think about Gundam when I'm thinking about how things are designed, but like a Gundam would be like, wow, what if we had like a raised element that was like in here, in this area, that goes like that, and then like sticks up off like this. I'm trying to do perspective drawing right now. But then this is an element that sticks forward, so it adds to your silhouette from like a front angle. You can have like some other little like geometric-y, greebly things happening around it. And these can all be elements that are modeled as just like hard shapes that do not need to be sort of like connected to the model itself. You can model these separately. Honestly, this could be even bigger than I had made it. You could make it stick out off the side even further. You could have pieces like that that are on the side. I know a lot of Gundam models will have like little like ankle pieces almost as like a transition. Things like that could just be nice for detail's sake. Where like, here's your separated ankle pieces. Here's that thing I just drew, but like from a front view, where maybe it's like that almost, and you have your like those thingies, and then you've got your ankle thingamabob or something. But there's just areas that I feel like could use a little more fleshing out. Ankle wings, sure, why not? On the other hand, maybe something like a shield that radiates out from the gold plate on the left hand. Yeah! You could make a shield that has like a wing-like texture in it, maybe? Or, I'm trying to think, like, if you are a paper wasp, you could have the shield be like that sort of like papery feeling texture that their nests look like. That could be interesting. But yeah, finding ways to add that like little bit more of detail that feels like kind of geometric to a design like this can really go a long ways towards selling it. So like, I'll fill like this in. And you don't even have to do a ton. Sometimes it's just like a couple little elements really sell it. So now like this is something that's holding the gem into the center of the chest instead of just there being a seam line. And maybe you have some seam lines. But maybe you have something else that is sort of like the setting for that gem. And then maybe you have like things that do that for those also. Maybe these things end up with some sort of like ridge on top of them. I'm doing this right on top of the layer accidentally, which is not what I wanted to do, but you could have other sharp elements on top of things. But just finding more ways to sort of flesh these shapes out will be nice. I'm just sort of doing like random stuff in the places that I think would benefit from having something more, maybe. So like something there. Maybe you could exaggerate this shape even further to make it sharper and pointier and taller in the silhouette. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Like make it even steeper. Hang on, I didn't really do it correctly on this side. There we go. Steeper, sharper, more dangerous. Maybe these come to like sharper points out here too. I am kind of pushing you to be more villainous feeling, even though that may not be your intent. If you are not intending to feel villainous, you may not want to do these things. But you do read pretty clearly as like some sort of antagonist in some capacity, which might be fun to lean into. Maybe you are the anti-hero. Maybe you are somebody who starts out against the protagonists and then is redeemed in some capacity. But we're just sort of pushing some of the shapes a little bit more. We're exaggerating just a bit. Yeah. Have we not been ladder testing? Oh, we have not been. Whoops. I was gonna suggest a ladder comb, or a honeycomb. No, no honeycomb. Don't think that would work. First thought, this could be a character for the ship in Teen Titans that's with Cyborg and Honeybee. His name was like a Honeybee of Wasp, I forgot. Just remember she didn't take no sass. Good for her. Good for her. Wasps, I think, do make sense for being an anti-hero also. But, yeah, okay. Just fleshing out some of these shapes a little bit more would be nice. I think the fact that you don't have an eye highlight is also what makes you feel pretty villainous. So if you don't want to feel that villainous, maybe you are reformed as a hero, just give yourself a little bit of an eye highlight. Like that. And then there's some life in your eyes, just a little bit. What about a common rider style belt? You know, a belt might not be the worst idea. You do have sort of a continuous plane of this gray color that could be broken up by a belt. Although, I don't know if I really want to take away from the fact that you feel like top and bottom weighted. If I add something in the middle that'll make a climbable ladder out of your silhouette, unless we were to put it like above center here, maybe? The other thing I'm trying to figure out is what's going on here. I feel like this is an armored element that's sort of like wrapping around the body, but I'm not really sure, and I may have made it less clear what this is. But you could make this more exaggerated to wrap around the body a bit more if it is sort of the back of the armor, potentially. Slightly slanted utility belt, not a bad idea also. I don't want to go overboard though with adding elements, because one of the things I have sort of come to grasp with is that the superheroes tend to have much more symmetrical designs, and villains do too, just because that's easier to draw in a comic. And this fella is supposed to be, I think, comic styled. I saw something listing comic styling, I think, on this fella's Twitter, and if that is the case, I can understand it in some capacity. But yeah, even if you were to just have like one thing that is like, all right, here's your asymmetrical V-shaped belt that you're wearing on one side of your body, that could go a long ways to just add something asymmetrical to the design. You know? It's funny because Transformers, which is my other point of reference for making stuff that's like superhero-y or tech-y, they're so symmetrical also. But you could have something that's like attached in here. Maybe you have an asymmetrical common rider belt. Maybe you get another one of your round crystals or something else on here too. And maybe it's serving a function. Maybe it's holding something that you use. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of something. Also, I saw a really big message. I'm not a bot, just it's funny. Hello, we arrived from the mod union and we have questions for you. For my mods? How often do you feed your mods and how clean is the mod basement? Thank you for answering in advance. Well, I'll let you know, my mods are my TAs, so they probably have a different experience than other mods. My mods have power. My mods are not in the basement or the attic. They are the substitute teachers who observe the class. They're in good shape. They're handled well. Our mods take good care of us, I would say. I take good care of them. And yes, I have armed at least one of my mods with a gun, so... yes. They're doing great. Don't worry. Free range mods. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you could call them that. Free range mods. How do you feel about that terminology, Ember? Oh boy. Substitute teachers. Yeah. They get to do whatever they want, more or less. Let me see. I'm just putting highlights on this so that it makes sense as a three-dimensional object. But yeah, maybe something here that is your utility belt might be nice just to break up the symmetry, you know? So, what else would I say about this design? I do think that you may benefit from a sweeping gradient, which, listen, I know you're gonna say it's 3D. I promise you can do sweeping gradients in 3D, I swear. I do them on my models. It's possible. You can do it, I swear to you. All you have to do, usually, is essentially just, like, color one of these elements. Like, if I go like this, let me get a multiply layer. Multiply. If I take, maybe, like, blue. These elements for the shoe maybe get to have the multiply layer on them at 45%. And then this object here, because it's long, could have the gradient on it at maybe 40% instead of 45%. So then you can sort of incrementally reduce how dark your multiply layer is. So then this multiply layer is maybe going to be 30% for these things. And then maybe on your body, because I know that the textures tend to be somewhat well aligned on models in the legs area, maybe you can just have your gradient here, but you have your overall layer for this gradient set to 25%, and then you do airbrush it so that it's not as intense, so that it's like transitioning. But then that will help to bring the focal point to the upper part of your design. It's possible. I promise. I swear to you. I do it all the time. And then, more for a focal point, I think your chest emblem ends up becoming the focal point. I think it's stealing the focus from other elements, where I was trying to distribute the red just a little bit more so that way it's not all consolidated right here. And your eyes being red should make them somewhat focal, but I don't know if it's quite enough. You have some elements on your head that are maybe too close to your skin color. Your little, like, things that are attached to your ears, or where your ears would have been if you were human, could maybe be bigger, and could maybe have gold around the edge of them, so that way we can compete with the red that's down here a little bit more. Your antennas are just a Vroid hair texture right now, but maybe they would benefit from being... I don't know if gold is the color, but black isn't providing enough clarity against your hair right now. So I'm gonna make them gold just temporarily so we can see. What if the eyes were yellow or blue like the wings? That might not be a bad idea. That might take us away from feeling so villainous, especially if that's not what this fella is hoping for. I don't think I like that, though. Yeah, I don't like that. No. I was thinking about also maybe adding red tips to the stingers, but that may also feel like kind of intense. But then if we do this and we make the eyes not red, we've sort of at least maintained the same amount of red in that area as we had prior. If we want to keep the sort of slight intimidation factor. Now let's change the eye color. Wait, don't make it a layer. Go like this. There we go. I'm just gonna hue slide through some things. Layer, new correction layer, hue saturation luminosity. Let's see. I'm gonna zoom out. Pink, magenta. If we go blue, they may need to be brighter. Ooh, wait, I wonder if like lime green might be nice. Because that might still feel a little bit villainous, but then that's a contrast to the reds in an interesting way. I do feel like the red tips on the points here are maybe just a little too much. Just a little much, maybe. I've given you almost like Sephiroth eyes now, but I feel like that is going to help to make your eyes just a tad bit more focal than they were before. You feel a bit friendlier. I feel like I can relate to you a little bit more now that I can see your eyes, because the red was pretty dark. Yellow tips might work if you still want tip colors. I don't know if that's necessary, but if this fellow is interested in it, it could work. I do feel like your antennas could be okay to just be the same exact color as your hair, because if you are going for something that's pretty cartoony or pretty comic book-y, they probably would make them the exact same color as the hair, and probably only describe, like, you know, a little bit of it being different through, like, a gradient or something.
Estuans Interius, IRA Viamenti, Sephiroth.
Me, 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 Sephiroth. Me, 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 Sephiroth. I need to learn Latin so I can sing it evilly about Sephiroth a little bit better. Can I tell you something that was heartbreaking to me several years ago? Just briefly, just real quick. I think it was like the first summer that Joby and I were dating. We were just like showing each other music. And Joby had shown me, I think it was something on the Halo soundtrack. I didn't know what it was. I've never played Halo. And I was like, I'm sorry. I don't know. I've never played it. I wouldn't know it. And then sort of in retaliation, I was like, Joby was like, well, I know like all the like popular video game songs. So like, I don't think you can get me on this one. And I was like, really? So I played Sephiroth. I played Sephiroth. And Joby didn't know it. Joby had no idea what it was. And I was like, oh no. At least we're even now, I guess. But I was like, that's so sad. Both of our experiences with gaming, I guess, are just so different that we just had never encountered the music that each other thought was most iconic from gaming. Hang on, I'm trying the blue eyes also, and I feel like that works kind of nicely too with the wing. So not bad, but yeah. Kind of an LOL. What can you do? But anyways, I think that is most of what I had to critique for this design. I feel like you've done a great job of conveying your concept here, and most of our critiques were just sort of trying to push the design just a little bit further. So like concept was fine. Focal point, it was your chest. We can modify that. We were talking about changing your eye color for it. For complexity versus clarity, greeble it up. Make your armor a little more detailed, especially as it relates to bits that touch the silhouette. Be a little more specific with it, because some parts are maybe just too big of a flat area without much modulation. And I do understand that like comic book superheroes maybe don't have that because it makes it harder to draw them. But you are a 3D model. You don't have to be redrawn. I mean, I guess people could draw fan art of you and they can simplify you if they really want to. But you're a 3D model. You can benefit from the fact that these are geometric and will look correct at every angle. So you should take advantage of it. For silhouette, I don't think the silhouette is bad, but we can push it a little bit more. I made your gauntlets sharper. We've added maybe a couple extra details to your boots. I exaggerated some of the shapes in your pauldrons and your chest element. And yeah, you can just attach those things onto your current model. It's not like you have to remodel anything. You just make new pieces and just like stick them on there, rig it to it. Bam. Bada bing, bada boom. Exaggerate a little more. Color palette. I didn't have any particular clarity issues. I think that you are black, white, not really kind of white, a metal, but it's not bothering me because you do have blue as an undertone to your wings. So adding that blue undertone somewhere around your face would probably also be helpful because your wing does get a little distracting. So blue eyes might not be bad for that reason, just to sort of bring everything together, you know? So I might put you like, maybe like here, perhaps? One ladder test to send us off? Sure. I tend to be like really good about ladder tests where I'll do one every single design the whole stream and maybe forget one at the end. Or I just don't. The ladder test I feel like I usually bring up though when it's something that feels like it'll be relevant. If it doesn't seem like a design needs to go through the ladder test, I don't always tend to add it in. It's like I don't think I'd draw a line for, maybe I'd draw a line for these things. Maybe just one through the center. There's that division there. That didn't exist. Bottom of your gauntlet, bottom of your, like, hand piece thingy. Top of that. Bottom of this. Whoops, hang on. Bottom of this. top of, nope, top of this, which is the bottom of that also. This gem, I think, has a big line. There could be one here. Oh, it's kind of hard to draw because you're standing at an angle. Your ear thingamabobs, your eyes. I think your antennas are accounted for. Top of your antennas. Oops, hang on. Top of antennas, top of head. Copy. Create new from clipboard. Paste. There we go. You know, there are some elements that end up being somewhat similarly spaced here and up near the face. So maybe it would be a good idea to push some things closer together and maybe tier the scale of them. And this is why I should just be doing this all the time. But like, make these narrower, maybe. Make them taper. Maybe there's another one that's like here. So then the spacing between them changes. There's a bigger gap down here, and maybe there's like an even bigger gap to be a final one at the bottom, you know? Maybe these aren't perfectly the same width either. Maybe that one's thinner, so then it tapers up to that one then. So then we're getting more variety in our spacing. Maybe... I guess it is coming from the fact that you just have things that are accentuated around the joints. So maybe that would be where we'd benefit from having these elements, but maybe they need to be even bigger. Where if you have something that's like this, that sticks out off here and something in there, that will help to break up the repetition a little bit more. Just know that superheroes struggle with ladder tests. This is true. This is very true. It's usually because elements only cluster around joints, and our joints do turn us into a little bit of a ladder as people. I wonder if, like, push these just taller in general to exaggerate them more, because then that'll create a separate line. I feel like we could have, like, this, like, collar thing hold its own, maybe a little bit more too. And that might help provide a little bit better variety for us in the shapes. Almost like ladders were designed with our joints in mind. Yeah. Crazy. What a thing to propose. And yeah, I guess this gem is centered vertically inside here, so like do something so that it's not perfectly centered within the chest element here. Maybe this could have like something so that it's not perfectly an arc and we're creating another line somewhere in that part of the body too. There's some things we can do to solve that. Yeah. Hi, Twiggy. How are you? Oh, yeah. Also, I failed. I did not succeed. I did not finish all my crits by 6 p.m. No! I went over by 13 minutes. We have all the points, though. Yeah, the Ye Naws did win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. For the design here. I think that's about what our average for today was. 6.5 out of 10. Can we get a round of applause for the Stinger? Wahoo! Thank you for submitting your design. Also, I'm proud of you. I can tell you worked hard on this. Good job. I'm proud of you for making a superhero that still has an interesting silhouette, and the way that you combined your insect-like elements with the traditionally superhero related elements was very clever. Good work. Good work. Let me pay out the shroommates who were right that I wouldn't get done by 6 p.m. Prediction. Let's go. Okay. Bam. Oh, wow. You guys had a lot of faith in me. Uh-oh. Wow. Wait. Oh, no. You all had so much faith in me. What happened? Oh, no. There's a shroomy redistribution of wealth happening immediately as we talk. Diadasi and Meet the Robot are the only people who didn't have faith in me, and they were right. So thank you, Shroommates, for believing in me. I'm sorry I let you down. But that is like 2,000 spores being split between two people. Enjoy. Good work. Also funny that YouTube Shroommates also had faith in me. YouTube Shroommates usually are against me. And the one time they were on my side and said yeehaw, they said yes. I was wrong. It wasn't. Whoops. My horde grows? Well, enjoy. Congrats on your accurate guess. I did yap a bit, and I did get a bit off topic today, unfortunately. We won't believe anymore. Darn it, just when I got you guys to believe in me again, I'm gonna lose your faith so quickly. What the heck? Don't do this to me. Also, I did not get bingo. I got kind of close to bingo. If I gave bonus points for concept, I would have gotten bingo, and that would have been the only way. But I'm not gonna do that just for the sake of getting bingo. Man, not a good day for me today. Great day for critiques, but if you're an EG and you're trying to win, you will not be doing it today. Learned a lot about bugs. That's true. We learned several bug words. We looked at a lot of cool bugs. We looked at some fun insects. And generally, insects have good silhouettes. If you would like to have a design that is a good silhouette, maybe consider insects. Not a bad idea. Insects are kind of cool. Also no bingo? Man, sorry, shroommates. Maybe we'll get bingo next week. I don't control the bingo. The random choices control the bingo. But thank you for being here with me today. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for providing helpful critiques to everybody who is involved. Insectful potentials in 3D. I do think insects do have good potential in 3D because duplicating your limbs to have multiple of them is real easy in 3D. It's real easy in 3D. Better luck next week? Well, we won't be doing it next week. I'm on vacay next week. But the following week, oh, I'm gonna win. I better win. It's new outfit debut week the week after. I better win. I better get a bingo. Come on. But to wrap us up for the day here today, things coming up. Wednesday, we're finishing the Limbus Company tier list. Friday, we're doing more art fight attacks, maybe with Jubby or maybe with Billy. I'm not sure who is joining me yet. We will find out. Or maybe it's just me. Who knows? You may just have EG. Don't know. But yeah, Friday will be fun. The following week, next week, I will not be here. I'm gonna be on vacation. But when I come back, we will critique swimsuits. Critique swimsuit design, and I will also be debuting my new summer EG outfit, which will be fun, cool, and exciting. Yeah. So, thank you for joining me here today. YouTube shroommates, I can't send you anywhere. Thank you for hanging out with me, though. Bye-bye. Shroom you later. Also, Rex, we're going to be critiquing character swimsuits, not VTuber swimsuits. I don't trust VTubers to have appropriate swimsuits for me to critique on stream.